pause, whatever. Okay, I'll be back.
I think we're live. There we go. Indeed. Indeed. So quite a lot of progress since the last stream. As I said, this is not really a Minecraft playthrough stream series. Like, it's just, there are enough of those in the world. So my particular angle at this is research for mods, mod ideas, feature ideas, and just having a working mod pack for Minecraft to sort of look at the mods and kind of experience them again, because you kind of forget like how some mods work if you've been in the weeds on some other project for a long time. So yeah, anyway, so progress, like running down all the things, there have been 3 new versions of the Builders Pack, with a 4th. I've already got notes and stuff for a 4th. I had to make a big change last night to the pack. So anybody out there using it or thinking about using it, I've disabled the Pocket Villagers mod. I had added the Pocket Villagers mod, but through playing it, I noticed that the mod was for every villager that you could trade with. The mod was writing a log entry for every villager, every tick, right? So it generated about 200 meg log file every 10 minutes or so. It was 10 or 15 minutes. It was crazy. I reported it to the author, I don't know, 5 days ago, and it still hasn't come out with an update. Like, it seems to be a simple thing, just disable the log spam, but I don't know. It's just, you know, some people don't write mods with the eye on performance. It's just weird. It's like, anyway, I don't think you need to tick villagers every tick. Like, why are you ticking villagers every tick? So we installed a different mod called Easy Villagers, which I think a lot more people play with. Let me do @easy. Yeah. A lot of the same functionality. Like, a lot of the same functionality here. You know, the same sort of boxes that you can put villagers in. Pocket Villagers, it just seemed a little bit fancier. I don't know what you would call it, but it just seemed that way. But this could work, because I know a lot of people use this. It's been around a long time, so we're gonna give that a try. Hopefully, it doesn't spam my log file. That would suck if both mods did it, because I was really liking Pocket mods. So, and other little changes. Obviously, I have expanded and rebuilt my AE system. Sort of consolidated the catastrophe that was a lot of this sprawl here. Because I was very much missing the ability to just like smelt and infuse and sag mill and all the things. So I dove into extended AE quite a bit to learn that. You know, it's got a whole different like circuit thing that you can do. These circuit slicers here work really well, and then the extended inscribers also work pretty well, because they do 4 at a time. So it's fast. Like, you get circuits fast. And then this little monstrosity up here is for the entro crystals. These little entropy crystals here, you have to basically repair, fix, infuse them with ender dust here, And so I've got a whole thing here that's I got the booster on it, and I got the crystal fixer, but then I've got integrated. I love integrated dynamics. Integrated dynamics is such a great mod for automation, augmentation, right? It doesn't really do much itself, right? It doesn't. There's no like crazy machines or anything. It's just interacting with the world in ways that are very useful with other mods. And integrated dynamics would be a great look at a project to try to get a feature like that for Vintage Story. I think it would be crazy cool to be able to read properties and affect the world in some way. And the way it's programmed is most akin to assembler. If anybody's written assembly code, I've got the lap goblin, so I have to adjust to the lap goblin. The only thing that this can do that isn't in Vintage Story is all the signaling stuff. So I have a redstone reader, I have a redstone writer. There's interaction with toggle buses in here to turn them on and off. So basically, whenever these are fully entrode Fluix blocks, right? And as they're growing crystals, they can downgrade. And so what I do is I read the block. What block is here, right? I read that. If both of them are good to go, right? If they're both maxed, and I get a signal here, which means these are just threshold signals. These are actually reading how many crystals are in the system. So if all of these are true, then you enable the crystal breaking, right? So these this toggle bus here will switch on, and it'll pop the crystals, and it'll do so while all of those are true. But it's done, in a way that's just like one operation at a time, and you just sort of cascade it down. So if anybody out there is really good at integrated dynamics, if you played Minecraft for a long time and you use this mod, just know that it's very much like assembly code. That's what you're writing is assembler, because it's one operation per unit, and it's very, very linear progression as far as the logic goes. So, but it works really well. Like, it works really well. I feel a sneeze. Coming. Yeah. Lap goblin. It's a lap goblin sneeze. Like all the other, like I haven't gone crazy levels with the factory. Usually I build a ginormous AE system, and it's just like a beast. Like I usually do it in a basement, and it's, crazy. And I also like keeping the wires and stuff visible because reasons. But other things is I expanded the mob farm here because I wanted to cover, or I wanted to be able to farm gas. And you need a big farm for that. And even with this farm, they still get out. And wreak havoc. So it's still a problem. But as you can see, I'm flying. I've got a angel ring. And I maxed out the enchanting setup. So it's fully maxed. And I have I have the infuser in there right now. Let me swap it with the actual enchanting table so you can see it. But you can see Eterna, Quanta, and Arcana are all 100%. With enchanting clues at 7 because I've got a where are they? I've got a couple of the there it is, Masterful Sight right there. So it's like no matter what, you're gonna get maxed out all the things. All my gear has got a bunch of stuff on it, but yeah, this is basically maxed out here. So anybody wanting an idea of how this works, this is kind of what you have to have. Some of the shelves do make little random noises, so just be aware if you're standing around here and you hear random weird noises. That's the shelves are actually making noise. But if you wanted like reduced quanta, I mean, there's 40 quanta from skulls right here, so you could drastically reduce quanta if you wanted to. The only thing I think I'm missing from this setup is there's one type that gives you stability. I think I'm missing that one. Just because I have the infuser. Right? This thing is no problem. I don't know what level it is, but you can see my quanta dropped right there, right? Because I put a block right there. So I burned through all of our XP. We had a lot. We had a lot of XP over here. You know, every time I went out on mining trips, I came in and dumped it. We've been feeding this thing a huge amount of XP. And when I got this thing built and done and finalized, and then I enchanted some of my gear, not all of it is uber, right? But some of it is. Like, when I got this process done, we were literally out. We had 0 XP, and the very last enchant I did used the last on my person. So we literally had 0 XP when I finished. And so I've got a little system over here. For one, we can, still drain ourselves, or if we don't want to stand there, we can just touch this thing and go, I'm going to just dump all of it, right? So that's very handy. That's why I have one of these, because it's so nice to be able to just grab all the things. And then what I did here is this enchantment extractor I've got in essence mode. So no matter what you put in there, you can put books and items in there, and it will pull the enchantments off and just convert it into essence. And the essence can go into the obelisk as well, right? It's converted into whatever this needs. XP juice or whatever it is. And so when we get like enchanted gear, like as loot or something, and we don't need it, rather than just voiding it, because it gives you essence in relation to the levels of enchants that are on. And so what I have is a mob farm over here that puts out an unbelievable amount of loot. This thing, when this thing is going, holy cow, does this thing put out loot. So this is like maybe 20 minutes, maybe a half hour of loot, right? And the reason why it's all super high level netherite stuff is Apotheosis introduces tiered world system. So if you hit Control T, right, you go through these tiers, and every tier gives you different rolls on your enemies, right? Enemies are tougher, right? And monster augments. This applies to everybody, right? Plus 16 armor, plus 20 armor toughness, plus 25 armor pierce, plus 20 protection pierce. This applies to everybody. Skeletons. I had a slime kill me. I was standing here working on things, and this box, I need to redesign this box. Like, I had a slime spawn and dropped on my head and killed me, and it was a slime. Because it was so tough. So yeah, the enemies, I have it maxed out because you get the much higher chance, right, of being in that level. You have perfect and flawless purities. You have epic and mythic rarities, and it's just the loot that you get and the gems that you get are insane. They're just insane. So, yeah, it's very, very worth while. And then this box can even spawn the bosses, which is even crazier. The Apotheosis bosses can spawn in here, and it takes, this little thing does a lot of damage. I have that maxed out, and they take a while to kill. And I also learned that this thing, you can spawn wardens and farm wardens in here. And wardens at this tier that we're at right now, this tier, wardens have like 500 health. It's crazy. They have more health than the Ender Dragon. Nuts. So, yeah, the mob farm is crazy. But you can't farm everything, which is why we have Woot installed. Woot is going to help us a lot with the Ender Dragon farming. So now that we're kind of established, we have some gubbins. We have power. I've rebuilt, for one. I've built the reinforced version of the reactor, made it bigger. The moderator inside the reactor, by the way, are draconium blocks. We had draconium, so I was like, oh, let's see if we put those in there. I don't know like a comparison side by side. I would have to build many, many, many reactors, and that might be something that'd be, we could do. Just build many, 5x5x5s, and just use different things, right? Use diamond blocks, the draconium, and whatever other blocks are moderators. And there's no way to be like to like do a search for what blocks are possible for some reason. But if we look for draconium and we look at just the thing, you can see extreme reactors, this blocker fluid can be used as a radiation moderator. But there's no like way to search for the word like moderator and get all the things that are moderators. So I don't know everything that's in the mod pack that's a moderator. I'm not aware. I know awakened draconium can even be used. That would be interesting. Awakened draconium, that's a thing. Right? 4 blocks of that's 150 million energy and a dragon heart. So that better be the bestest of all kind. Like awakened draconium, that's an expensive block. So be interesting to see side by side exactly comparison with these values. But I do have the control rods inserted to the point of getting this thing at about 1200C, which everything that I looked at, everything that I looked up, 1200C was like the sweet spot. You wanted to maintain your reactor to not really exceed 1200C. That's like the sweet spot. So that's what I did. I don't know if it works, but whatever. It seemed to be appropriate. We don't want it too hot. And then we have the void miners. And I have upgraded up to this tier, which I believe is tier 5. So this is tier 5, which unlocks it unlocks a few more ores, which is what I wanted. I needed to get a couple more ores done. Mainly these 3. We have uranium, fluorite, and platinum unlock at tier 5. These are ores that I massively customized this mod. So my mod pack has got a lot of little custom tweaks in it. A lot of little custom recipes and stuff to massively reduce grind. But platinum is like the primary metal of Oritech. It's one of the metals they introduced. They also introduced nickel, but we've already got nickel too. So yeah, this mod is really interesting. I'm curious whether it has a book. Black hole. Don't place this unless you know what you're doing. Well, I don't know what I'm doing, so definitely don't place a black hole. That sounds dangerous.
That sounds fun.
So yeah, we have a lot of things here. I have a feeling I'm going to be doing a lot of recipes in AE here. Promethium. Dear Lord, what? Wow. Overcharged crystals and Heisenberg compensator. Wow. This mod is like all over the place, right? It adds a banana. It adds a banana and a particle accelerator. Like, if that's not a why? Like, okay, you have a banana. Why a banana? Like, what's the point of a banana in this? I am not 100% sure, but it's an eclectic mix of science and of things. But it also has a thing that I want to see. Do we have any kelp? We need a little kelp farm or something. I think I might have a little bit. Yeah, let me grab. Can I put this in the smelter? Yeah. Dried kelp. So yeah, the author that makes Oritech also makes this mod, which is Simple Belts. And I want to see what's up with this. I am really curious. Let's do that. Conveyor support, why not? And conveyor belt. Okay. Yeah. The number of patterns that I can put in this, these are all the extended AE pattern providers. So every one of these has 4 rows of patterns that it can hold. So it's like 36. No, it's 8 per row. Right? So 32. So it can hold 32 patterns versus, the 8 or 9 of a normal AE pattern. So this can hold like 4 times the amount of patterns as my normal builds, which is why I only have 1. And then the extended assemblers, right? These are 4 times the other assembler, right? So they can produce 4 recipes at the same time. Crazy amount of production. This setup is unbelievably fast. So let's check out the belts. Let's do simple belts, right? I want to grab some of these. And I want to grab some of these. And let's just test a simple setup, and then we can see if there's other things. And then let's grab a couple chests. Let's try some iron chests. But supposedly this mod is crazy. So we're gonna do there, and we're gonna do over here. So let me summarize the shenanigans with how voxel conveyor belts work. Right, like the conveyor belts that we have up here for immersive engineering. This is one of the reasons why I don't want to put conveyor belts in vintage engineering, because when you have voxelized belts like this, every one of these is ticking. Okay, when you're moving stuff on the belt, one belt has to give the item that it's holding to the other belt. And then this belt will animate the progress, right? It's almost like a recipe. Think of it like a machine, and there's a recipe. The recipe takes 3 seconds, and in that time, the item goes from here to there, right? It's just the progress bar, right? That's how a conveyor works. It's just a progress bar. So once it gets to the end, it looks to see, hey, what's on the other side? If there's another belt, it just hands off the item to the belt. If there's a thing, it does the thing. If there's an inventory, then it looks to see if it can insert into that inventory. It's a very, very simple machine. But every one of them is ticking. Right? So if you have a massive, expansive system, that's a bad thing. You don't want that. You don't want every single block space ticking. Well, this mod supposedly, and let's do this and this. Has that. Right? No, there's no collision, which I would have been freaking shocked if there was. Let's find something that we can move along here. How about some emeralds? Oh, how did he animate it? How in the hell did you animate this? Right? So that moved the emeralds but he does it in a single entity. I don't really know. There's definitely some shenanigans with the texture on this thing. Oh no, I think it's the highlight. Yeah. The highlight inverts the texture on the corners. Anyway. So this is supposedly a single entity. Now, I don't know what would be ticking in this situation. Something tells me that the thing that's actually maintaining the belt is not the belt. Like, the belt is a visual representation of the data. That's all the belt is. But the thing that's actually managing the belt are the chutes. Right? So if we do something like this, we take this, we have to put a Duvalaki here and a Duvalaki there, and do this to there, and go to there. Right? So this, wow. like, so if I bet you if I break one of these chutes, the whole belt goes. Yep. And how about this one? So you notice when I was breaking this chute, the belt itself was breaking, but not this one. So on a technical, and this is the whole point of these streams, is to investigate this. This kind of stuff, because this fascinates me. So what I think he's doing is the belt is in this, like, this entity holds all of this as well. Not this, but this one here. Where the origin, where the pull is, that's where the belt is stored. Because when I try to break this, you can see the damage to the belt, right? It's acting like I'm breaking the belt when I'm breaking the chute, which means the belt is part of the chute, right? So the chute exists, and then when you build the belt, it just extends the shape data that the chute has. So essentially, this chute is talking to this chute, right? It's like the pipes mod. So this is like the pipes mod with extra steps, with a little extra fancy, shenanigans, because this thing can actually back up, right? If this is full, this will actually back all the way up somehow, because this thing will hold probably multiple stacks, right? There's an internal inventory on the chute which holds what's on the belt, and then the thing tracks all of the different stacks on the belt, and as it offloads them into this one, then it progresses the animation. It is a technical achievement for sure. Like for the whoever did this, it is quite the achievement, because it's literally taking the sort of lessons from the create mod and the rail system. The rail system is largely based on the same principle, just on a much different scale. This system kind of uses that same mentality, and this kind of thing could work with Vintage Story or Vintage Engineering. The trouble is, like, how does this scale? If you have, let's say you have a test world where you have literally like hundreds of these, and you have ones that are super long, and you have ones like, I don't know if there's a length limit. I don't know if there's limitations to what this thing can do. How many different kinds of stacks, right? If every slot in here was a different thing, how would this thing do it? Does this thing have an infinite inventory inside of it? Infinite number of slots? And if so, that's a problem, right? It's a problem if that has an infinite number of slots, or at least the number of slots of the chest. Like, how does that work? Or does the thing not disappear from the chest unless it's in the other chest? So let's see if we can't get a view here where I can actually see. Yep, it does. Okay. So it does remove it from the chest. So what happens then if this chest has a different item in every single slot? Right? And a super long belt where the entirety of that chest could fit on that belt of all different kinds. Dozens of different items. Well, this thing would have to have just as many numbers of slots as this, because it would need to hold that many things on the belt. So you essentially have a chest with X number of slots. Then you put the chute on it, and the chute would have to look at the chest and be like, oh, you've got blah 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 number of slots. I need that many slots, and it would initialize with that many slots. That's something that could be done. But you're also doubled up on your storage, right? Now you have that full and you have that full. What happens when it backs up and you break it? Well, it's going to drop. It's going to drop all that shit. So, really interesting. This is actually an incredibly efficient way of doing this. I think that this would, performance-wise, be far superior to what we have over here, right? Oh shit! I just gobbled up that stuff. So yeah, this could actually work in a voxel game, right? This is very similar to how Satisfactory works. Satisfactory uses conveyor belts like this. That's why when you look at a seam, if you have a belt going to a support, right, and then another belt going, when you look at that seam and you have the items coming in, they visually change as they go over that seam, because it's just rendering stuff. The data behind the scenes is very, very different. But anyway, so that was that had me very curious. It'd be funny to do that with this over here, just to have something visual and have the items coming out here. Like, I don't know if you could put the chute on this. Oh, you can. Sweet. Gotta be careful. This pickaxe is really good, so it breaks stuff fast. This pickaxe is crazy. I don't even have it maxed out. Like, it's not even maxed out. I didn't have enough XP to max it out.
Yeah, what was the cap on them? 32 or something, I thought you said?
No, the different enchants have a different cap. But like Fortune, I've got 16.
16. Okay.
I know, I'm pretty sure looting goes up to near that. Like I can look at this here because I've got looting on this sword. If we go down.
And also, what mods do I need to update? I updated Easy Villager. The mechanisms?
Yeah, the 4 mechanism mods, because they fixed a critical bug in that mod. Have we gone back to the end to make sure that it's like we haven't killed it? We haven't killed the Ender Dragon again.
No, I haven't done that again yet.
But yeah, that fixed that. That was a weird. I'm really glad it wasn't doing that in the overworld. Like, I'm glad that particular weird chunk bug was concentrated on the end, because that was a really easy thing to just.
Yeah, that was. That would have been a headache.
Imagine if, like, yeah, chunks were not being saved, just or voided, cleared, reset, whatever. Yeah, that was a bad bug. And what's funny is they fixed that right after I reported it. I was just on their GitHub like yesterday, or maybe it was 2 nights ago, because I was looking at that chunk loading bug or chunk saving bug, and the line items had a mechanism line was in the, like, right on top of that stack trace, and I'm like, it's hitting a mechanism event, which is calling another event, and that's the thing that's bombing. So I reported it on their GitHub. I took all the relevant information and posted it on their GitHub, and yeah, then the next day they put out a patch to fix it. I was very happy, because that was going to be a catastrophic bug to overcome. I see Renegade is now a tech above me. I haven't fiddled with all of my armor yet. I've got a set that I want to see if I can max, but I still haven't gone through all of this to take all the enchanted all the ones that have enchantments. Stable footing might be one that we want, although I think we can buy that one. I think I have somebody. Stable footing is really nice. Stable footing is an enchant where it finally addresses when you're flying, right? And your mining speed. So stable footing allows you to mine just as fast as normal when you're flying as when you're not. And that was always a pet peeve of mine when when I was playing in past versions. Like, okay, so Oritech. Do you have a book? Do. I'm not. Wow, look at all the things. Hmm. Block of energite. Okay. Like, how do you make this stuff? Aha. Fluxite and nickel. What's fluxite? Is amethyst in a charger. I'm glad I haven't smelted all my platinum. A bunch of these recipes require raw platinum. Oh shit. Yeah, I've got the rain shield. I was one of the mods I absolutely positively had to have. Like, because you know when you don't play Minecraft for a while, you forget just how often it's raining. Like, it rains all the time, and it's just anyway, I don't mind the thunderstorms. It's actually nice having a thunderstorm, but look at the state of this backpack. This is a disaster zone right here. Okay, Oritech book. I'm getting distracted. Stop getting distracted. I don't recognize any of these icons, so it's the book could be like it could look like something completely unbook-like. It could look like a disc. It could look like anything. Can somebody check the
I'm doing it now.
just to see if there's a book? Aluminium pellet. Yeah, look at this. The pipe wrench used to configure pipes or to zip line on energy pole cables. This where was how old is this mod? This is a crazy amount of stuff in a mod that I've never heard of. Very, very apropos with the thunderstorm going on in the background. I feel like an evil, like a Bond villain, cartoonish. Okay, those are all tools. Those are all ores. Industrial light, interesting. Hanging light. Yeah, I don't see a book. Unless it's in here and it's just... how could you do a mod that's this complex and not at least have a way of telling people how to progress?
There's another mod now that's not gravitational modulating additional unit.
Yes, that's a mod that adds a single thing
Okay.
for the mech suit. It's just
Was there anything else?
Did you update the pack itself?
Yes, I updated the pack. Then Easy Villagers, now Mechanism.
Make sure you disable Pocket Villagers.
Yep, did that as well.
Okay.
Just forgot to say it.
That should be all the I mean, the changes from 1.3 is the mod swap and the update of Mechanism. So yeah. Machine frame.
I think I can find is another mod called Oracle Index, which basically acts like an in-game guide.
Why
Was
would
that directed at me or?
why was the mod
Well, yeah.
author? Why would the mod author not include a guide? Why? I've written 5 guides for vintage engineering in game. Why would you do a mod this complex without a guide built into the mod? Like, why would you do that? Okay, we needed to look at nickel. I need to grab a nickel. Yeah. Let's do sag mill. So one of the things I did, I tried adding. Okay, so 2 things before I forget. I've tweaked the storage drawers and I made sure that the ores in the game are convertible in the drawers if you have a conversion upgrade. So this uranium, and so you can choose like which ores of a type that you want, right? So because this is a texture packed version of uranium, I wanted to favor this one. So the conversion upgrade goes in here. Well, there are like 3 different kinds of uranium that we can find in the world. They all can go into this box, right? Because this thing will convert all of them into this. The same is true with tin and lead and nickel. So nickel, all the nickels can get converted, and you just have to choose like which one you want. So this tin obviously is one that I have a texture pack for. So this is the one I favor. So all of the tin, which is why I got rid of all the other boxes here, because I was able to do that. I finally found the place to do that, and I did it. And then I forgot what else I was going to say. Of course I did. Let's do smelter in here. I see you trying to join. Is it giving you an error?
The first time it just said connection lost. This time it's giving me loading terrain, but
Because I added a mod called connectivity that it should smooth those rough edges out.
okay, connection lost again. I do have that weird occasional just connection issue with you for some reason. Socket exception, connection reset.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a sec and try again.
Yeah, I mean, could always do the whole tech support reboot the router. Like I don't even know.
Yeah.
I mean, Renegade's connected to me fine, so.
Yep. I'm just assuming it's the connection between the two of us. Strange. I'll restart all the CurseForge stuff.
Let's see. Connectivity. Oh my god. Packet summary. I don't even. Whew, 34 meg in the last 5 minutes.
Jeez.
Crazy how the internet, like, from the age of dial-up, that was unheard of.
Yeah.
What happened to all my tools? Did I dump all the stuff in my inventory somewhere and just I put them in a bag? I bet you I did. Yeah, there they are. Put them all in here. Yeah, it says join and then left right away. So
Yeah.
you could try you could try
don't.
repairing the pack. There's something could have gone fritzed there. Make sure you installed the proper version of the Easy Villagers. It was not the latest release. It was the latest beta. So you could be having a mod mismatch that's not being detected until you're trying to load.
I'll check that.
Because
I know that one I looked at, and I'm like,
Because what I found out yesterday when Renegade looked, because he told me there was a ton of mods in the pack that hadn't been updated. So he was like, "Do I update this? Do I update?" I'm like, "I don't see that, right? I don't see any update buttons next to any of those mods." So I was like, "What? How is he seeing update like available and I'm not?" Right? So we looked at one of the mods. I forget which one it was, but we looked at one of the mods. And the difference was I was getting only shown release, right, R versions, and he was having the option to update to beta versions, like newer beta versions. And so like the Easy Villagers mod was a good example. The latest release version that I had installed initially was from like 2024, right? It was compatible with Neo. It was all good for version and NeoForge and all of that, but it was from 2024. Whereas he had a beta release from last month. So I'm like, well, this one obviously. So for me, I might have to go to the mod pack itself. There might be a setting in my mod pack because as the author, I have a different UI that I see, slightly different anyway. So I might have to go in and look to see, like, just if I could swap that over and then pick and choose new beta versions because I had no idea that I wasn't even giving the option for beta. So we might have a bunch of mods, obviously Renegade knows this, that have newer versions available that they're just marked as beta. And a lot of beta versions you don't want to go to, but some, like the Easy Villagers, like the latest 3 beta releases, the only change was a translation. But that was the only mentioned change. It doesn't mean that's the only change. So not everybody is as good as like change logs as some other people.
Mr. Renegade, can you check the file size? I think I got the right version of it. Should be 445 kilobytes, or maybe 446. Depends on rounding.
No, which one?
Easy Villagers.
One sec.
Sure thing. Because I'm looking at the 1.21.1, but then it has a +1 after it on the CurseForge website.
121 dash 1.1.41.
Yep. And the file size is 446.
Machine frame. This seems.
Yeah, 446.
Okay, yeah, I've got the right file.
Block placer. On slots 1.
Pairs quick. But they probably use something like MD5 or something like that. File check system.
I could only guess. $428. $428. Excellent. All right, I got all my steel unified. Which reminds me, I should probably get some more. We have enough slag. What is this? What can we use this for? We can use it for industrial fertilizer, bricks, glass, gravel. This could make concrete. It's basically or dictionary to gravel. Grit sand doesn't have any use. Concrete obviously could, but what the?
Oh, yeah, just connection lost again.
Well, these are new. What? Radio tower. When did Immersive Engineering get a radio tower?
I was noticing that too.
What the hell? What the hell does this thing do? I mean, the coker. I definitely want to build one of these today. That would be nice. Tons and tons of concrete are used in the radio tower. That's 90 concrete.
Damn.
What is the radio tower supposed to do? And the resonance observer, like I don't remember these at all.
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, I didn't know that he was still even working on the mod, really.
Radio tower wireless, he sends signals.
So it's a wireless redstone. Man, I might as well just grind this stuff up. Why not? All right, I need. How much iron do I have? I have a feeling we're going to be using a lot. a lot of materials. Iron. Oh, I already have an iron in here. God damn. Where's PW pattern? Yeah. 256. Okay, this one I don't need then. Just want to make sure. Well, I'm gonna have to take it out. Iron dust. I don't have the ability to substitute on this. That might be a problem. So if I try to do a batch with more than, what, 800, yeah, 832, let's see, 1,000. Yeah, it doesn't like that. So I'd have to take the iron grit. I mean, these are or dictionary to one another, but for some reason the processing patterns don't allow you to substitute. So I have to do this. In here. And then I should be able to do 1,000. Yep. Why not? YOLO that. Yeah, usually I have 8 of these smelting. There have been times when in previous packs where I have 64 ultimate smelters. 64, and able to process 500,000 iron in a matter of 2 minutes. And why would you need that much production? Well, yeah. There's 1 or 2 crafts that would actually push it. When I would make my induction matrix for a mechanism, which is the giant battery, that would take, huge volume. Like, I remember one time I made an induction matrix. I queued up the cells inside, the ultimate cells, and the single craft took like 1.5 million redstone. So yeah, this is one of the reasons I build a factory the way that I do, is like I like getting automation really finely tuned like that, and able to craft just obscene levels of things. Oh my god, this ran out of. How did this run out of power? Elite Energy Cube. What is the max output? 25,000. So why are you only getting a few hundred? You're full. What the hell? Oh, was it? I thought for sure I had. Okay. Thought for sure I had a point on there. I guess I don't. Crusher. Well, the crusher's only taking like 160 RF per tick. That seems low. Okay, now we need more iron blocks. Oh, right. Iron is one of the few things that I can't put. Where? Okay. Is it only... I mean, it's the enrichment chamber. I could do that. Or the crusher. I'm going to do the enrichment chamber. Why not? Put that to use. There we go. So let's do this here. And then iron dust. All right. We get 12 per. So we have 64 times 12. 768. And then enrichment. And you see I have gold now. I added a gold enricher. This literally is like one recipe. But it is so good that I decided, yeah, let's do it. Like it's that good. And that recipe is using gold to make or to process the netherite. Because it is so good. Right? Netherite scrap into netherite dust, which then gets smelted into a netherite. It's a kind of a roundabout way of doing that. But this process uses the same amount of netherite, so that's not really the savings. I wish it was. I wish it was maybe 2 or something. But this uses only 40 millibuckets of gold. Okay? Well, 40 millibuckets of gold, in this instance, when you have the enriched version, come on, give it. There it is. Right? With the enriched version gives you 80 millibuckets. The enriched is 1 ingot. So 1 ingot gives you enough gold to process 2 uranium or netherite. Versus the vanilla recipe for netherite is 4 ingots. So it's an 8x savings on gold. Not that we like, right? Not that we worry about gold. We have so much ore. But it was so good that I was like, I can't not do it. It's that good. It's so good. So yeah. That's why we have a gold one. For reasons. Okay, so we have the machine frames down. But now what? Anybody out there know Mr. Deathis upgrading PC? Well, I am jealous. I have Ryzen 9. I don't know AMD at all. I don't know how to compare that. I've had literally all of my life I've had Intel computers. So I don't know anything about the state of AMD at all.
Well, to give you a comparison in Intel, you would just basically went from an i3 to an i9.
Well, that's a pretty good upgrade. 32 gig, 6,000 megahertz. 32 gig, is that your RAM?
Yeah, that'd be RAM.
Yeah, I would recommend, like, if you can swing it 64, I would recommend that'll give you the longest future like amount. Like I wish this computer had 64. I wish I had when I got this hardware, which my older brother actually paid for. He actually got it for me for Christmas. I wish I would have bumped it to 64 because, yeah, 32 is it's still good. Like it's still good and useful and everything, but modern games, modern OSs, especially Windows, is horribly bad, and I'm hoping for a viable alternative here. But yeah, 64 is going to be the new 32. Trust me. And yeah, I really also like this motherboard has 2 NVMe slots, and I'm not using it. I'm just having an SSD. And again, I wish I could afford the hardware, but RAM prices went up exponentially because of AI, and video cards are going to become scarce. Especially NVIDIA video cards are going to become scarce. They're completely pivoting away from consumer grade hardware, and they're just all of their fab time is going into AI chips. And it could there could be a correction. There could absolutely be a correction of companies going, yeah, let's get back to our roots here, but not while Jensen is at the helm of NVIDIA. This guy thinks he walks on water, and he farts rainbows. Like he thinks he is untouchable. And that's a dangerous position to be in as a CEO. You think every one of your decisions is just gold. And that's bad. What was I doing? Yeah, I don't have a North Star with this damn mod. Like I've got machine frames, right? We got machine frames. But what do you do? Like, they don't look like machine frames. They look like pipes, to be fair. What is the entry point of this mod? Does somebody know? Anybody out there have a wiki or anything that they could just be like, hey, start with this and work your way. Energy capacity, like I don't even know. Like all the in-game help here doesn't tell you what it's for. It just tells you like multi-block. Every one of these says multi-block. Like really, you have to repeat that on every one of them. It's a multi-block. It's a multi-block. It's a multi-block.
You need to build a assembler, a centrifuge, pulverizer, and foundry.
Centrifuge. Okay. Well, this looks like something we could do. Yeah. I mean, why I don't know why there's 2 recipes. One recipe is like easy mode, and the other recipe is like I don't know what this is. Okay. So let's do centrifuge. So that's nickel, steel, and nickel. Oh no, we didn't do. Okay, there. Motor. Block of iron. do this. Control click. Start. Give me the center. Okay. I need to start some more steel over here. Okay, centrifuge. Now, do you have to build this? It says multi-block. Add missing core blocks. Required machine cores. 1. Okay. Machine cores. This is new. So, core. Oh, shit. There's like 7 of these. Primitive, basic, improved, advanced, elite, ultra, ultimate. Okay. So we have primitive, basic. Might as well use copper. We're using enough iron everywhere else. Improved. What are these? Carbon fiber. Okay, whatever. Advanced. Enderic compound. Okay, so that's going to require things and stuff. So there, and there. So we'll probably be able to get to a improved. Yeah, let's do an improved. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy animation. But as far as build goes, like why? Okay. Must have misinterpreted what those are. Add-ons. No add-ons connected. Okay. What what add-ons? Oh yeah, there's a fluid add-on and things and stuff. Speed add-on, efficiency. Yeah, okay. Fluid add-on, yield add-on. Crop filter, hunter, capacitor, acceptor, inventory. Power bank. Silk touch. Oh shit. We're out of lava. Okay. I thought we were all going to be tinkering with this. Like, I don't know what happened to everybody. Well, I know what happened to Oz, but I don't know what happened to Renegade.
I don't have the patience to deal with trying to connect. At this point, I'd have to restart my computer, and even that's not a guarantee. So,
yeah, I don't know what unless there is an actual error we could debug. Like, just it's weird that.
Yep.
I guess I could look at my log file and see like.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's always worth it.
I'll be here in chat, so.
Mysteries have to be solved. They can't just linger.
Well, true, but we don't want to sit here and, or have everybody watch and just listen to us try and figure it out.
Well, maybe they learn a little something about debugging problems. It's just, it is what it is. Okay. Okay, so crafting tweaks.
Is that a mod that's given?
It
Problems?
says payload crafting tweaks. Hello may not be sent to the client. Do you have crafting tweaks installed? Yeah, invalid player data.
Checking.
Payload crafting tweaks. Hello. So crafting tweaks was trying to do a handshake and it was unable to with your instance. And we have crafting tweaks is the mod that allows you to, like, on a normal crafting grid, put a stack in and then spread it to all the things. It's just a kind of a quality of life. So crafting tweaks, we have 1.21.1-21.1.7. That's funny how it's 1.21.1-21.1.7. It's like,
Yeah.
I
don't actually see that in my mods folder.
that's weird.
Yeah, because I even I don't see it in the mods list either for the pack.
Does Renegade have it?
Which one was it again?
Crafting tweaks.
Crafting tweaks.
Yeah, I have it.
Weird. I'm not seeing it in your pack either.
It has to be in there. Like, are you sure you got the right version of the pack that you downloaded?
I just verified that. I do change version, select version, and it's the top one, 1.21-1.3.
I mean,
Select this
I'm fairly certain. Like, I don't know how Renegade would have had it. Mod list that each. Oh my balls! That's bright. Holy cow! That's bright. Crafting tweaks is in the list. Yeah, it's right there. So it should have been installed with your update. But yeah, I don't know if your computer just, or if your instance just was like, no, screw you guys, I'm going.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I wasn't gonna worry about it, is because there's just frustration with this stuff.
Oh, it's an easy fix.
You got a comment in chat.
Wow. There is no game that does log spam quite like Minecraft. Like it's insane how much log file, like crazy amount of log that you have to sift through in Minecraft. It's the only instance that beats Minecraft that I've ever experienced personally was when I had the mod for Hightail that was trying to spread grass, right? I added a mod that supposedly spread grass, and for what it's worth, it did actually spread grass. But the amount of log spam that mod did, I don't even remember at this point. I mean, I know I reported it to the author. The log file after one play session was just shy of a gigabyte. It was 900 megabytes after like 6 hours. 900 megs. It was insane, the log file. Like, crazy amount of log spam in that. The only instance I've ever seen beat Minecraft in any way, shape, or form, and that was just a mod that did that. The base game doesn't do that. But like Neoforge plus all the mods and all the all the initializations and all the all of the mods that you have in a pack, they have to get all of their initialization calls, and all of them combined, they just like log spam like crazy. And I had to remove, as I said before, I had to remove the Pocket Villagers mod. Now I did report the problem to the mod author. Whether he fixes it or not is all is on him. It was very well done otherwise, except for the log spam. I don't know why he had to log every single trader, like village trader, for every tick. Every tick. He was logging just a tick event. It was just like entity with this big user ID, tick number, and just crazy amount of ticks. So 20 ticks a second, you can do the math. Like, you have 10 traders. That's an obscene amount. So we've got them all in here. They're down a block because I put the pocket dimension in and popped them out. So they got in here, and then I had to after I popped them all out, thinking it was just the pocket dimension that was doing it. No, it was the actual villagers, right? Because when you'd open a villager, the UI in here was as if they were inside the pocket dimension. So it was still ticking the villagers even when they weren't in the thing. So I had to actually disable that mod completely, which is why we pulled them all out, because we've got a mending book here. We've got a few good ones in here. A few that we don't need anymore, like this fortune guy, but whatever. This mending book, by the way, was a bitch to get. Like, I had to re-roll this damn villager so many times. We have a wandering trader over here, and he's got nothing of value, dude. Like,
we have more compost, you say?
Yeah. We have more leather. Oh, by the way, I discovered something with the mob farm. If you need leather, do not mob farm cows. Mob farm llamas. These things, holy cow, you get like 3 to 4 leather per llama. And then that's multiplied when you have the looting on the thing. So it's like you can get a lot of leather just from, farming those llamas, which is what I did. I've got, mob imprisonment tools for all the things.
Alternatively, in your mod pack, what I've been doing is just doing rotten flesh in a furnace.
Right. I mean, that's a good way too. And we have more than enough rotten flesh. How did this guy move? Dude, how did you move? You're not supposed to be able to move. There you go. I don't know what it is, but this mod has, like, it seems to me there's not a lot of stuff in here. There should be more samplings. What about mangrove? Mangrove isn't in here. I did. You know, the Wandering Shader does have his uses. One of his visits, he had mangrove propagules, so I was able to grow a few of those. You get so little wood from mango trees, like, it is brutal. How little wood you get. Well, I've got a centrifuge.
I think what happened is that it said that it updated my mod pack, but it didn't.
Oh, it lied.
Yeah.
So how do you power these? Energy transmission pole. Wow. Use to transmit power across long distances. Link and unlink with a target designator. Inputs energy at the green marker and outputs at the red marker. Route range 50 to 1,000 blocks. Transmission rate 1 million RF per tick. Damn. So basically wireless power. It's an interesting. So I hadn't thought about this kind of thing. Aha! Ace is wild. If you notice the thumbnail, it says Research Expedition. But look at the font that's written for Research Expedition. That's a little hint. A little cheeky hint. So we're researching stuff for vintage engineering. This is Vintage Engineering Research Expedition, right? Just trying to learn how these mods work to see if we can't, come up with inspiration or ideas to do vintage engineering. So this is an interesting thing because one of the problems that I need to solve for vintage engineering is for MV tier, which is the tier I'm working on. I've modeled the derrick, which I've got to work on the code for, which, I mean, I've done it so many times now. It's a lot of it is copy paste from my other objects, but basically the oil geysers, let's say you build a base, right? You're not thinking about where to build the base right away. You're probably building a base somewhere near spawn. You're probably in a temperate climate. Most people choose not to spawn in a desert or in Arctic or, somewhere that's brutally hard to survive in. So most likely you're in a temperate climate somewhere near spawn. And the two problems is once you get to MB tier and you are able to start looking for oil, oil can be found, like the oil geysers can be found randomly in the general terrain. Like you can come across one. They are exceedingly rare. I've made them rarer and rarer and rarer as people have bitched and moaned to me that there's too many of them, which I think is BS. But you know, they are incredibly rare. We do play Vintage Story, and I mod Vintage Story, but this is a research expedition. I need to make sure I don't have horse blinders on when it comes to the mod that I'm working on, and I need to see if there's other alternatives or ideas or options. So it's not meant to be deceiving. It's meant to be just a cheeky little like, hey, we're working on something. I do want to build a coker to get some screenshots of that. So I mean that could be something Oz works on if he doesn't want to deal with trying to figure out Oritech, but the coker is an incredibly expensive machine. The refinery too. The refinery is a much more simple one. The coker is so damned expensive. Anyway, so getting back to the two problems. So the two problems I have to try to figure out is when you find oil, an oil geyser, it could be hundreds, if not thousands of blocks away from your base, right? And people typically like to build their industry around their base. This is obvious. Because you want to be around the thing that you're working with. So, two problems is how to get power to the oil geyser to work on it, and how to get the oil out of that area to where you want your industry to be, right? Because right now, there's no trains, there's none of that stuff. So, to solve that problem, what my thought is after the derrick is done, and after the refinery is done, or I should say the distillation tower. So the basic chain, right, of oil is ready to go. You have the derrick, which you have the normal fluid pump, which will pump the surface stuff and give you early access to a little bit of oil to kickstart the system and kickstart the MV power. And then the derrick, which gets the rest of the oil from the well all the way down to the oil block. That then you tear that down, and then you build the pump jack over the top, and the pump jack then can directly access the well block and get all of the oil that's locked up in the well block, which can be just a random amount. It's a randomized amount that's set. You know, the min max is set in JSON. So that process, then you go into the distillation tower with the crude oil, and that can get distilled into one or more materials, right? The most basic version is a highly inefficient version to get fuel out of, like diesel. And I know that there's people in the industry that would love to have a super realistic version of this, so I'm not discounting that. But I'm going to make the refinery able to be augmented with multiple add-ons that you can then determine like how many products do you want out of this thing, from 1 all the way up to 7 different products. Once that is done, once those 3 basic machines are in and working, then we got to figure out how to interact with these items across a distance. And what my thought is there, and how I wanted to solve that, is introduce a machine that works during a temporal storm, right? It would be a temporal, just randomize the sci-fi words, right? Temporal displacement augmenter, or whatever, right? Just come up with sci-fi words. So like a temporal displacement machine would only be active during a temporal storm and only be able to craft during a temporal storm. And what it would do it would infuse like metal plates or ingots and turn them into temporal versions of that, right? So there's already temporal steel listed in the mod. People have asked me about that. There's even a temporal steel fluid tank that also people have asked me about, and I have to say it's not finished. These features are not finished. You're playing a beta version of a mod. There's going to be stuff in there that's not finished. I don't know how this is a mystery to people in this day and age of early access and stuff like this. Like, this stuff is not done. So my thought was the temporal machine you would want to build, right? My implementation of these machines is not in the order that you should build them, right? And actually build them in the game. The temporal displacement machine is going to be a relatively cheap machine compared to like the refinery or the oil derrick. So the temporal displacement machine will be a machine that I would love if somebody did a crazy design, because that, we can do a multi-block of that too. But it would be a cheaper, simpler version, which during a temporal storm, it would kick on and start processing, and during the duration would be spitting out material, and that material is what you would use to make something like the temporal tank, and then that you could bind, two tanks together and essentially have the Ender tank mod, right? So this mod that I use, I love this mod. This Ender storage mod, I love this mod. This makes fluid and item movement so good. It's so nice that, because I don't want people running 1,000 blocks of pipe from A to B. That would be not only prodigiously expensive, but ridiculous in terms of you can't keep all those chunks loaded, right? So the pipe network itself would be impossible to maintain if you have 1,000 blocks of pipe. You can't maintain that because I'm going to be refactoring the pipe system. I have to. I'm going to be completely rebuilding the pipe network system or the pipe system from scratch. I did a super deep dive on the actual pipe mod. So my pipes are modeled off of how this mod works, loosely. And because it was like I couldn't quite nail exactly how they implemented the backend at the time. This was a couple years ago. So I kind of went with my feels. I was like, this feels like this is how it's solved. I'm not 100% sure this is how it's solved. And I got close. I got really close. But I made a couple fatal flaws in the logic of the of my implementation of the pipes, which has now cascaded to other issues of like chunk boundaries still, of chunk load issues, of the network getting corrupted, and all of that kind of stuff. So I have to completely refactor my pipes systems. And because I did a deep dive on the pipes mod itself and how they actually architected the back end, because they don't have any indication. They have no pipe network object at all. The pipes are not part of a network. They don't care. There's no underlying structure that gets saved to the world that has to get then synced and loaded by chunk and blah blah blah. Like all of the things, all of those steps cause bugs, right? They cause edge case bugs. The guy who reported the chunk boundary bugs, it's just a result of when you initialize the pipes and it's trying to initialize everything, Like, how do you figure out what's changed and what isn't? And so I've been struggling with the pipes feature, and it's such a fundamental feature of the mod. It's such a mission critical feature that it needs to be really tight. It needs to work and be really, really good. Which it isn't. I'm not happy with it. So I need to refactor it and get rid of the pipe network, get rid of all of that. Because how the pipes mod works, every extraction node. So this pipe right here, this block space, is a single block entity that has in it a potential for many different extraction nodes with many different inventories. Because if you open the extraction node, it has an inventory. This here, and then if you have filters, right? Filters is another data point that you have to save. So the block entity itself has all of that information. Mine, I do that differently. I have a separate little cheeky block entity for every extraction node. So it's like a block entity with a block within a block entity, which also can cause its own set of problems. The fact that the feature works at all is a bizarre situation, but they don't save a network. They don't care about a network, right? There's no this block here does not have an underlying data point of a network ID, which mine does, which that causes a huge amount of problems. So I have to get rid of that concept altogether because this mod doesn't do that. The pipes themselves do, like the generic pipes, do not care what they are, right? If they don't have an extraction node, they don't really care. Like insertion nodes are a little bit more important, but like just normal pipes, there's no data point, but they are needed because when you when you create an extraction node, that process then spiders through the whole amount of pipes. It starts at the origin and then it builds a graph basically of the network from that perspective. So that node has a look into all of these different pipes and all of these different insert parts. And then it sorts that list by distance, and there you get the nearest first, farthest first, round robin, etc. Right? So that extraction node has this. Now, if I had another extraction node over here, that extraction node would do exactly the same process. It would spider through the thing, it would find all the insert nodes, and it would sort the list, and then it would stop. Right? And you're like, okay, well, that's fine. What happens when you build a pipe over here again? Right? What happens, because this pipe has no network ID, this pipe cannot see this extraction node. Right? This extraction node can't directly see this pipe. It's even though it has a graph of all of the insert nodes, it's not monitoring this space. So if I place a pipe here that also inserts into something, right? How then do I update the extraction node? Well, what happens in the pipes mod when you do that, whenever you change a neighbor block in the pipe, right? So this pipe, one part of a voxel game is when you build a block, it informs all of the neighbor blocks. Hey, a neighbor block changed. So this pipe, if I place another pipe next to it, gets a neighbor block change update. And based on that update, it then propagates that change, that neighbor block change, across the graph again. So it's propagating that across this finite graph, and any time it runs into an extraction node, it marks that extraction node dirty. It's like, boom, you're dirty. Right? You're a dirty extraction node. And so what that does, the next tick that happens, the extraction node notices, oh my god, I'm dirty. I'm a dirty extraction node. I need to update my graph. And so boom, it re-spiders and updates the graph, and it just updates everything all at once. And it does that. All the extraction nodes do that. Now you're thinking to yourself, well, that's pretty crazy as far as like block updates and stuff like that. But in reality, it's very, very fast, right? Because the update, you're not propagating to all of the blocks. It's not an exponential growth of radius. It's one block after another, right? This block then goes, oh, I'm connected to this one, which is connected to this one, which is connected to this one. And so you're just you're daisy chaining down the list. And that's why I introduced the pipe network. I was trying to mitigate that process by implementing a pipe network. But the problem was, once I started getting into the weeds, and now that I've had a bunch of bugs reported, there's just as many bugs with the pipe network that I was trying to avoid as getting rid of the network and just daisy chaining it. Because most builds, and most of the time, overwhelmingly, once it's built, doesn't change all that much, right? It just doesn't. So, like, this pipe system here has been in the game for hours and hours and hours, largely unchanged. Yeah, I had to when I took all the machines away, I had to tweak it here and there, but since then it's been hours, right? Which is most of the time, just like in the factory here. There's not a lot of changes happening. So this mod is incredibly efficient that way, because if the extraction node never gets that dirty event, it's not re-spidering through all the things, and then you can optionally cache or save that block of data with the extraction node, right? That pipe, every one of those extraction nodes on that pipe entity could save all of the nodes that it had. It could. You could reinitialize them on world load, right? And then what you just do is, when you're ticking the extraction node, because only the extraction nodes are ticking, when you're ticking those, if an insert node is not loaded, aka the chunk isn't loaded, you just skip it and you just go to the next one, and you do that until you run out of nodes, and then the tick is over. So if the extraction node is loaded and then none of the insertion nodes are loaded, it just skips all those ticks. It doesn't delete them from its list, it just ignores them because they're not loaded. And then the pipes themselves, all of these blocks do are they just save what connection information they have, which actually builds, I implemented that already. That will be unchanged. But I'm going to be completely rebuilding the pipes, the pipe feature of Vintage Engineering, because it just doesn't work. I'm going to try my best to do it in a way that doesn't break everybody's worlds, but I'm still going to recommend, when that update comes out and I've done that refactor, I'm going to recommend everybody tear down all of their pipes. And it's going to be a pain in the ass, I know, but so is life with a beta, with a in progress machine. But the issue is, like, the feature has to be rock solid, because if I'm going to be doing oil and distillation and tanks and all of that stuff, that pipe feature is going to have to be absolutely solid. And then, so the temporal stuff. So the Vintage Engineering to-do list is finish the derrick. Now that I've got it modeled, that'll be, just a day or two of code. Model the distillation tower and its add-ons, and then do the code for that, and then do the temporal displacement Duvalaki. I don't know what you what you want to what some name ideas would be. But the get that done so I can start implementing the chest and tank for the temporal, with temporal steel and stuff like that. So, and then figure out a way to bind them together. I don't know. I like the color. I like the way to colorize them like this mod does. It's possible. It's going to be possible. It's going to need, the tank itself is going to need a custom renderer anyway. It has to have a custom renderer because of the fluid inside of it. You have to augment the fluid inside, and so you either augment the shape with a custom renderer for the texture, because if it's lava, if it's water, if it's whatever, it's going to have a different texture. And that same feature can be used to draw the different colors. I just have to look to see if the game has dyes that you can, actual like items. But anyway, yeah, Oritech is a mystery. I don't know. Anybody having any luck? Oh, I mean, that's cool.
That was cool.
That was very cool.
Right now, the main thing is getting power in.
Yeah, we need power somehow.
Energy
You tried the
pipes.
bottom, right?
What was that, Oz?
You tried the bottom, right?
Well, this mod does not work like other mods. Like, this is a very unique mod. I mean, that animation alone of this thing unpacking was pretty crazy. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know how he did that. Whoever bit this mod, there's a lot of love into this mod. So the refinery, oh Lord, refinery chamber module, industrial support beam. Oh, I gotta see what that beam looks like. I need to put some other crafting terminals on this. So you guys can get your own terminal. Carbon fiber strands. Oh, is a centrifuging recipe. Hop graphite powdered coal. Powdered coal is coal in a... Yeah, okay. Powdered coal. Let's do this, this, and this. Powdered coal. No, it's just one. We're going to do 64. 64. Take that away. And then we're going to do sag. So we have then we have dust. Oh, we have a bunch of coal dust already. Sweet. Ooh. Okay, so. Ooh, spinny.
Wow, power hungry.
Let's see. I'm fairly certain this thing uses RF, so, or FE, or whatever you want to call it. So let's see.
There we go.
Yeah. So, do you think it was just it wasn't connecting to the other pipe systems? Or,
Well, I didn't want to just randomly build shit and just, like,
yeah.
like, it would have been nice to know how to handle this, and, yeah. I think I picked that up. Let me put that over there. Because I just wasn't sure how this mod worked. Every screenshot I saw, the machines were built on something. It looked like they were built on a thing. So let me grab some of these. I just want to see what these girders look like. These look really fancy. Ooh. Girders. I wonder how they do that. Can you do sideways? No, you can't do sideways. Okay. Only vertical, I guess. So, what you could do... yeah, industrial support beam. So I was thinking about, like, one of the favorite create mod deco blocks that people use a lot are the girders. Like, holy cow, they use a lot of them because they're cool. Right? They look really industrial and cool. Basically just like a giant I-beam. Let's get a chesticle over here for Oritech. Put those away. That away. Okay. Ooh. Boundary. We need 3. Ooh. Oh. That is crazy. So, the way that their multi-blocks work, very interesting. So you build, and again, I'm going to generalize the nomenclature here. They've got a core block, which is the thing you place first, right? That's the thing you craft and you place that determines the thing that you're making, right? So the foundry is what he crafted and placed. Then the multi-block was when you right-click it, it shows you the machine blocks to place, which, fascinatingly enough, there are multiple tiers of, right? Which determine the tier of the thing you're building. So you have the generic core and then the generic machine blocks that finish the multi-block that determine the tier of the multi-block. Very, very cool.
The tier determines how many add-ons you can have to it.
Yeah. It's funny, the add-on ports look like a pig's nose, but okay.
Yeah, it's a 2-prong wall outlet. Oversized.
So details fills the slots from left to right. Moves to the next slot when the first has been filled. What? Sided. Okay. Fills the slots from left to right. Fill evenly. Sided. Okay. So the refinery, usually there's a little there's a little way to click the arrow on some mods to find recipes, but This mod doesn't have that. So the refinery. We want to use this. Wait. Oh, foundry. That's what this is. Foundry. So look at the uses. Looks like it's basically an alloy furnace. Okay. So I think the next tier of machine block.
According to the wiki, one of the steps we have to make next is getting flexite.
So centrifuging powdered ender pearl. So what I want to try to do is see if we can't interface with these machines with AE, but I don't know how. So if we grab some ender pearl. Oh, I don't have any powdered ender pearl. Sag milling. Unfortunate there are two recipes here. I'm not really sure. Sag milling ender pearl. Cube.js. So did I override? I must have. Did I do? I bet you I did. I'm going to have to remove that recipe. Okay, let me write a note down. Remove. I would rather get the 9 dust than the 4 dust. That's, if the default is 9 dust, I want to keep the 9 dust. But let's put this on the sag mill, which I think is there. Wait, I've already got that. Why didn't I see that? There it is. Okay. Let's put this in the centrifuge, I think.
It's a big, crazy amount of stuff in this mod.
Yeah. That's why I was curious, because I watch a decent amount, not a lot of Minecraft content, but I watch, 2 to 4 different channels that dabble in it, and they so heavily focus on create, like it's create everything, right? Everything is create now, and it's like I'm so tired of that mod because every build is identical, like every single build, cobblestone generator, iron generator, gold generator, it's all the same stuff. Like every channel now builds the same builds, and it's like I just got tired of it. So that's why create doesn't exist in my pack, right? There is no create mod, nothing. And so there's mods like this though that get no playtime at all. Like there's a lot of TLC. Like it is a huge amount of work making a mod like this. So, I wanted to showcase this because this is a crazy. So this is showing powdered ender pearl into enderic compound, ender dust. Or I could just, we need the fragmenter. That's a really good, 1 ender pearl to 12 enderic compound. That is a beautiful recipe. Or the pulverizer is 1 to 8. Fragmenting is really good. That must be a high level machine. But I don't understand why this is not working.
Probably not cross mod compatible recipe.
It's the recipe is showing the exact thing that's in there. Ender IO powdered ender pearl. It's literally showing it. So the recipe is seeing the exact thing that's in there.
But what's in there is ender dust, not powdered ender pearl.
Okay, well let's compare. Oh, you're right. This is not flashing. It's not a tagged. It's not a tag. It's not a tag recipe. It's a legit, like, this is the only thing that goes in there. So when a recipe needs a tag, which means any of these, then you see this thing cycling like this, right? So this gold clump is many different things. Many different mods add this gold clump. So this is a tag. This, even though there's plenty of good tags here, dust / ender pearl, it's not a tag. It needs that exact thing. So is there a way that we can get that? I don't think so. Unless we do the dictionary. So let me go grab. I think the dictionary of fire is, wow, look at all. Ooh.
Right by the portal.
Portal. Aha. C : dusts / ender pearl. Save. Okay. So there's powdered ender pearl. Put this in here. There it goes. Oh, that's a single block. there's the NDR compound, which we can go over here. This in here. And finally, hopper. And advanced. Okay. And then the next one is elite. So we need to work towards adamant ingots. Oh, that's what? Nickel and diamond, or nickel. Ooh, that's way more efficient. The metallurgic infuser is way more efficient on diamonds. Because remember, an enriched diamond is 1 diamond, but it gives you 80 of the fluid. Well, this craft only uses 10. So you can get 8 adamant dusts out of 1 diamond. Right? Or it's 1 to 2 diamonds for grid crafting, or 1 to 1 for arc smelting or alloying. So what's funny is the mechanism metallurgic infuser is actually the bestest way to do that. So elite adamant, we want to go to adamant dust. We want to do this. Clear that. We want to do 64 makes 64. Do that. And we do use. And then smelting. 64 makes 64. So the infusion here, this is the diamond, I think. No, that's not the. Is that the diamond one? Diamond dust to refined. I think this is. No. Wait, do I not have a lot of recipes in here? Oh, no, I don't, I guess. Okay. So put that in there. That's the diamond version. And then the smelter goes in here. I guess I don't have these maxed out because there's just not a lot of recipes. What's weird is I don't have any of these done. I haven't like fully maxed the AE system at all. So, okay. So elite, advanced. Oh, we're going to need engraving. Atomic forge. Oh, Lord. Okay. Duratium.
You need the laser for that because you need the fluxite.
Well, I mean, there's a way to do it with, the atomic forge engraving, 2 carbon, and then a platinum. So there's finally use for platinum, or alloying platinum plus netherite. Ooh, that's an expensive little ingot right there. Platinum and netherite. Holy cow. Reinforced carbon is a refining with light naphtha. Wow. So I think the foundry is platinum and netherite. So let's grab those. And we're going to do this. Well, let's get these smelted. Do okay, so platinum, let's just do 32, and then
What are you trying to make?
netherite. Duratium.
For what?
I'm just making shit. Like,
Oh, okay.
ooh. Oh, there's like a thing that's doing a thing over here. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. Like, this doesn't speak Foundry to me, but you know, to each their own, I guess. It's hard to make something look cool in a 1x2, like 1x2x2, like. So there's Duratium. It's probably not the. It's not the most bestest recipe for that, but. If one of you could like go to the side and just tinker and see how to interface with these machines, just go to the side and just build a little setup and a little AE system to see where and how. Because I know that like the add-ons, there's like inventory augmenting add-ons. There's like there might be a way to do it via sidedness, because you can do when the details when you open the UI, the default button is like how to interface, so it's top bottom, like there's sidedness that you can do. I don't know.
Yeah, there's the inventory proxy add-on, allows you access to specific inventory slots.
Yeah, so just like on a separate little system, just kind of tinker with that, see what the rules are, I guess. And then let's go to oh yeah, the engraver. But ultra machine frame. Dubious container. Well, that's can capture the brain of a small, magical, intelligent flying creature. The ally might fit that description, although they always try to take the item from you. Perhaps you might also find another similar entity to capture. What? That's kind of weird. You have to capture an ally? Those things are nice and peaceful. Like, what are you trying to do? That's mean. All right, I'm going to take a quick bio break. So I'll be right back.
right, there's the advancement stuff. That'll help walk through this model a little easier.
All right. Oh, this fucking trader is still. Why don't these guys despawn like faster? I mean, these are some good boots, decent boots. Emeralds, diamonds. Your usefulness is at an end, sir. That's a very dangerous position to be in as a wandering trader. So what I can do is use the enchantment extractor, right? Extract these enchantments to a book. Use that book to apply to this. And then use the infuser to increase the levels. And that costs me, in general, less XP. Because the problem is, the amount of XP it takes to max out an enchantment on a single item can be in the 80 to 90 levels. 80 to 90 levels. Not like you have to be 80 or 90 and it takes like 5, but it takes 80 or 90 levels. Crazy amount of XP. So it's just like, it's brutal. And now he's going to, okay. Well, sir. Haha! You're on fire, motherfucker.
You are fired.
He was definitely fired. But you know, nobody saw it, right? Nobody saw it. He was invisible. Nobody saw a thing. I didn't do anything. You can't prove anything. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so we're gonna need.
Plating is expensive off the bat.
What color do you want to be, Os? Not blue. What other color do you want to be?
Black or purple?
Okay.
Ah, you're doing the crafting grids. Cool.
What about Renegade?
Green if you can.
So I asked a couple days ago. I asked Renegade that we're gonna use. We're gonna need some wool, so we set up a little wool farm.
Yeah.
15,000 wool, and just like, yeah, I've done a lot of AFK time while I've been out of the apartment, but it's like there's just the sheep over there. There's just a bunch of sheep over there, and yeah, they're pretty productive. Okay, so we're gonna go. I know I have a fucking. Where's my shovel? There's my shovel. Do this. Do this. Nope, not there. Damn it, I do that every time. Get my wrench. Black and green. Ready to go. So there is a bug with this mod right now. I have reported it to the author. When you have it in random mode, it doesn't actually remove. it doesn't remove blocks from your inventory.
Oh.
So it's like I can build this whole floor. Oops, and it not cost me any blocks. So it technically is duping the blocks.
Whoops.
I put a block there to stop doing that. These little dirt mounds, these are centered around chunk boundaries. That's why those, if anybody's wondering why there's random like little dirt piles, those are all chunk boundaries. The very center of those four, like the very tip of the center is the chunk boundary.
Yeah, to represent the corners of the 4 adjacent ones.
Yep. So we could, I think, convert these blocks core. Let's do core. Improved, basic, primitive, advanced. Elite. Well, we don't have this, so we need the
more stuff. With the...
flux gate assembling. So we need the assembler. Both of you did the same thing. That's hilarious.
Nope, totally not. Optical.
What are you talking about?
That was great. I was just sitting here. That was awesome. There's a little adjustment period. So I could do the advanced. Let's do 3 of those. And so we can build the foundry here as an advanced. And let's see if I can build it in a way. Yeah, I can build it in a way that has power but doesn't use, still has access to the bottom in some way. So the bottom of that is still accessible if needed, but I don't know. I think some of these, if we go to defaults, they'll evenly sided. So you can see that down is extract. Up is input, north slot 0. North and south slot 0. West and east is slot 1. But so up is input. So is that just generic? Does it matter with the recipe? Does it matter which slot is which? So let's look at the foundry. And let's look at, say, coal dust and iron. So coal dust, I know we have, reason why is I know we have some coal dust and iron. So first test is coal dust in the top and then iron in the bottom. Okay, that works. Ooh, it's noticeably faster with the higher level thingies. So now it's iron on the top, coal dust on the bottom, and that works fine. Okay, so they seem to be okay. Now, is this ore dictionaried with this? It is. Excellent. So that's why I made it the conversion upgrades. Like they work with ores now, and now like they always worked with ingots, but I wanted to favor this ingot just because I have a texture pack for it. This is a mechanism ingot. And I have a mechanism BD Craft texture pack. There is a mechanism like dark mode texture pack that looks really cool, but right, I like this. This looks like industrial to me on the mechanism UI. So I actually like these. I really wish I knew how to get Vintage Story or Vintage Engineering UIs to be able to customize them to this level. Like, this is crazy how custom this is. So like having all of these minute details, especially like the tabs and stuff, like Jesus, I don't know. This is a crazy amount of code, by the way. These UIs for Mechanism, an unhealthy amount of code went into this. Like, it's nuts how complex this is. Because you have all of these different elements, right? All these different arrows independently render, right? So every one of these is a different progress indicator for that particular craft. So this is, what is this? 9 crafts all happening at once, but independent, right? The progress of the machine is independent. This, the more I get into coding Vintage Engineering and the more work I've done on it, the more admiration I feel for mods like this, because this is an unbelievable amount of work. Like, having these GUIs that pop up like this that you can then select, like, this is a crazy amount of work. It's all possible. I'm pretty sure that it's all possible with Vintage Story, but nothing like this exists for Vintage Story, right? So there's no knowledge to build from, and that's my biggest deficit. Is I can't look at an example of this kind of thing in Vintage Story and go, "Oh, that's how that's solved," right? I have to basically hack at it myself to make it cool. Because if I was able to implement something like this in Vintage Engineering, like, man, like it's going to be nuts. Like these progress bars, like this power progress bar over here, I've got. I mean, it took me like 2 weeks to figure out how to do that for Vintage Engineering, because there was no vertical bar progress bar in like anywhere in the game. So I had to visually chip away at it to figure out how it all worked. And I did finally solve it, but Jesus, it was brutal. Okay, so now that we know,
got a really ugly setup over here for you, Buggy. But if you go in the crafting terminal,
processing. Oh, that's a pattern terminal. Let's see. I always do my crafting terminal in the middle. Okay, so terminal. Indiric compound. How did this... Okay, you have a import bus. So there's a card, there's a mod that I've added. It's been in the mod for a long, long time for the the pattern provider. If you mouse over the upgrade card slot, you'll see what the card is called. But it's basically a card that allows the pattern provider to pull the crafting result, so you don't have to have an import bus. And I believe there's a way with the card to possibly indicate the side, if required. If not required, it'll just, all it does is going to look at, hey, what are the output slots, right? And it's like, hey, I'm going to pull from the output slots. If it's sided, I think you can right click with a card and encode that in the card and say, hey, I want the west side, right? And that'll try to pull from the west. But being able to feed it like this, that's really nice. So the centrifuge works. Let me, I'm going to pop this, and we're going to put this like here, and I'm going to go upgrade the core. To advanced.
I have one of them on me.
Well, it's too late now.
Oh, okay.
Already crafted. Yay. Okay. 10,000 KFE. I don't think the power value changed. So, ooh, Os has got the assembler. Interesting. When you mouse over where the cores were, it tells you the machine core.
Yeah.
So, yeah, interesting that they didn't code those to point at the core to actually to report, hey, this is an assembler. You have to actually look at the assembler.
Yep.
That's a little. I would chalk that up to a bug because it should report that as the assembler no matter. I mean, it does. It says assembler up there, but it shouldn't tell you the machine core. It's supposed to be all one thing. Okay. So this is 4 in, 1 out with no fluids. The centrifuge, let's go see if we can do an add-on to the centrifuge. There's a lot of different add-ons in here. Fluid add-on. Okay. Because I did include a bunch of recipes. Well, that looks... That's an interesting shape. That's a very interesting shape for the fluid add-on. I'm just gonna go out on a limb. Interesting choice. I don't know if that was on purpose, but you know.
If not, kudos.
So this should now have a tank, right? And so add-ons, you can see fluid add-on. It's good to go. Because let's see, fluid add-on here. Well, I have to go centrifuge, use, and then fluid separation. So this, I added a bunch of recipes, which I need to add one more. But as you can see, Fluid XP Charged Certus gives you a rare apotheosis thing. That's a recipe that I added. There's a few in here. There's another one. So memory, another XP plus Certus gives you the flawed, right? So a bucket plus Certus gives you a flawed. And here's one, water plus pink slime gives you slime and then the fluid of pink slime. So this is a way of getting pink slime. Another way. There's an easier way. I added, this is the original recipe I added because I don't have thermal in there. I couldn't use usually I was a magma crucible that took a pink slime, but whatever. Okay, let's see if I can find the other. There's one is again, bucket of XP plus a block of amethyst gives me a budding amethyst. Okay. And where's the other one? Ooh. Turbo fuel. Here's it is. So you have a bucket of XP plus the flawed budding Certus gives you the flawless. So from a Certiscorch block with 2 full buckets of XP, you can get the flawless. And you don't really, like, we found more than enough flawless Certiscorch in the world. I think before, like, the previous version of the pack that we played last year, like, the flawless were a lot harder to find. Like, you maybe have had, like, 1 possible. And the first meteor we found that was right near spawn had 3 of them. So they obviously bumped up the probability of a flawless.
Hey, Boogie, got this one to work too.
So let me see what the other recipes are here. Here's this. So we have another bucket of essence or XP plus the Warden Tendril gives you 4 Godforged pearls, which are mythic, the mythic tier. So, you know, I tried to balance it. You know, I wasn't sure what the tank size was of this, right? I didn't know how big the tanks were, so I could adjust the recipe to be, you know, more XP, but oh, I just picked up Blue's cable. Okay. Assembler suite. Which is the lens, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Nice. Very nice. So that card works really well. Did you have to do the sightedness on it?
I didn't try it without. I just put it on just in case.
Okay. So that's good. So that tells me that I will be able to essentially line these machines up. And all right, what is it going to take to get to the next core? I want to max the core strategy out here. So we're at advanced. So the elite core is the advanced computing. Ooh, processing
We
unit.
need the laser. We need the laser.
Oh man. Okay.
We can make that.
Laser.
And we need an amethyst bud.
What is an amethyst bud?
What the laser shoots.
What?
To make the laser, it shoots an amethyst bud, which helps the amethyst grow, and it creates fluxite, I think it's called, when it breaks the amethyst shards. Yeah, fluxite. So we need a laser
Amethyst
and a
cluster.
target designator.
Or we don't need to do that and just put an amethyst shard in a charger to get us fluxite. Like, if you want to go the pure Oritech route, you know, you can do that. The particle collision, well, we're not there yet. Energizing, there's a way to do it with an energizer from Powa.
You know, we could do it that way too, yeah, I guess.
But it's the laser. It'd be cool to see. So if you want to tinker with that, but I'm gonna, in order for brevity.
I at least like to make it just to see what it looks like.
Oh yes, of course. But let's do this and silicon wave. No. Silicon, carbon fiber, silicon wave. Okay, I'm gonna need to start daisy chaining recipes here because this is getting kind of crazy. Ooh, plates, plastic. This could slow us down. we don't have anything regarding oil. We do have oil right nearby. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to build here, because we have this oil deposit like right over here somewhere. So,
What one are you getting stuck on? Plastic?
yeah, we're gonna need plastic, but it's not or dictionaried with industrial four-wheeling plastic. It's a different.
Yeah, I'm actually working on getting the Oritech one.
Okay. Because yeah, this is going to be molten plastic. No, fluid separation. Where is it? What? Water plus biopolymer. Biopolymer is water plus solid fuel. So I need another centrifuge, is what you're telling me. So let's craft another one of these. Just for funsies, we're going to do it this way. We have plenty of pattern slots available, so I don't mind doing that. Let's get a centrifuge.
Yeah, I need plastic too to be able to make the target designator.
All right, I got some polymer resin cooking. I'd like to keep a couple myself, but you guys can grab the rest. I'll have 10 of them.
Fluid add-on. Needs electrum. 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 Oh. Electrum. We need more silver. So, I think it's time to dip our toes into this. Really? Ha! This isn't taking any out either. Damn it. But why? What did this? Oh, the freaking grass. You're gonna build on top of the grass, really? Whatever. So yeah, this thing has Fortune 16. I'm just gonna void these silver ores because, you know, it is what it is. Oh yeah, I need to actually do that. Let's zoop those. Okay, and then silver here. That was a lot of silver. Fortune 16 is pretty OP. Okay.
Very muchly so.
How are we doing on gold? Oh, we have pretty decent amount of gold. So. All right. So that takes care of the electrum. We can just basically zoop some of these, get some electrum going. All right. Fluid add-on. Let's do this and this and this. And this. Give me a fluid add-on. Okay. So we're gonna do centrifuge again. Oh, I need the core. Okay. I needed one that was like basically just water. Like any of the water-based crafts can go in here. And then I don't need to supply the water to the recipe. It's just the actual machine is going to be limited on water. But how to get the actual water in there? Like, this is kind of telling me, hey, there's like, you know, plug fluid into that. But it's off center, which is kind of weird. Usually pipes are dead center if they're connectable to things. Okay, so basically the I gotta always turn the magnet off. Okay. What I want to do is I'm using dense cable here for the channels. I have in my mod pack, I have the setting in the default as a 4x channel. So instead of 32 channels, these dents can hold 128 channels. So it doesn't negate channels altogether, but it makes it 4 times easier to do setups without nitpicking on the channels, because it's, yeah. So the dents do is 128. These, right? These things do the smart cable. The smart cables tells you 32 channels. So these and these can do 32 channels. So it just allows you to have bigger setups without nitpicking on the channels as much. I only have one controller down there. It's right there. So this one pulls in from the side here and it comes out to here. So I've got quite a few channels available. So I'm going to grab, do I want extended patterns? Might as well do a couple of these.
There's a new traveling merchant over here, or wandering merchant, with a pretty good axe.
Ooh, that is a pretty good axe.
He must have, oh, that's the same axe I have. Yeah, somebody wants that axe, grab it. Okay, so we take this and go there and there.
Recapitator.
Yeah, it's really cool. You hit the bottom of the tree and it just takes the whole tree out. It's really nice.
Nice.
Okay. So this one, let's encode a pattern that uses water, because we already have water like plugged into this, right? So lava is a different story. I've got to go manage lava. Lava ran out because the upgrade inside this chest. I rebalanced. I made emerald an upgrade from diamond. In the vanilla version of the mod, emerald is a less good upgrade than diamond, right? Emerald, then diamond, and then netherite. But in my experience, emeralds were always the more valuable than diamonds. Like diamonds, you can go find them in the world, especially in my mod packs. Diamonds are very easy to find. Emeralds, not so much, right? Yeah, you can trade with them and stuff like that, but that still makes them costly. You still have to buy the emeralds, basically. But yeah, the upgrade here is now a 512 multiplier, which means this thing can hold 16,000 stacks of obsidian, which is a lot of obsidian, to be fair. It's many. So that's, I don't know, what is
Back here, Ross.
16,384 times 4. So that is 1 million obsidian.
No?
We should just drain the nether. Just all the lava. Just drain it.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably it.
Duh.
Nope.
What do you want me to do with this?
Set it down. Oh, that'll work. We're trying to figure out how to make this work.
Okay, let's see. What is this? Refinery.
Yeah.
Well, this has its own this is its own multi-block. If you right-click this. So
Okay.
you're going to need much more cores. 5 to be
Grab that.
exact.
I'll grab that mouse.
Need 10 of them because I need 2 outputs.
Clay catalyst beads. What are these anal beads for here? Okay, so you're doing oil, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Heavy oil. So you're doing oil. What are you putting in the input?
Crude oil. I've got buckets of it right here. I
Okay.
just grabbed it from the thing over here.
Okay, now you're going to need 10 cores. This is a wicked looking block. Okay, we need to
Yeah.
you need to trim the tree here. Ooh, tree capitator maxed out is efficiency 10. Ooh. Rough. Brutal. Ooh.
No, that looks like it still didn't work.
Well, there's another. There's 5. You have to put 4 more up here. Right click
Yeah.
this block here.
Need more steel.
Need more steel.
Check the steel oven thingy back by the house. I put another batch in there. And then drop them in here so that converts them, just for the sake of consistency. There you go. Yeah, that whole tree, only 7 logs. I don't know how people farm mangroves. Like, it's a ridiculously low amount of... okay, so, well, I was doing centrifuge here with the fluid. All right, where's... Let's see, water...
I think we got it in the wrong place. It does say on top of. So I wonder if...
Okay, solid biofuel, water plus polymer resin. Light naphtha bucket? Oh. Oh, it's one of the outputs from the process that you're doing. Oil
Yeah.
goes to heavy
I don't think that
oil,
was-
light naphtha, and sulfuric acid.
I think we need to rotate it 180,
Yeah.
which doesn't make much sense, but right here.
Okay, let's try this.
There
Try
we go.
this.
Yeah.
See if that works.
There we go. Now we got it.
Whoa.
Yeah. One more bucket to make sure I get what I'm looking for.
I mean, it's got power.
Oh, the clay catalyst block or beads is stuck in there. Is that a byproduct or something?
Oh, yeah, look
Oh,
at the
that was
tanks.
supposed to be a
There we go.
Heavy oil. Wow.
No, the
Interest-
catalyst beads is supposed to change the output to be 500 millibuckets of each.
Oh,
Let's see. Refinery.
huh. Strange. Oh, it does diesel rather than heavy oil.
Yeah. So it's
So we need to
that
remove
that
the-
yeah, the heavy oil is blocking that craft. Go ahead and craft mechanism tanks. Trust me, the ultimate tier of mechanism tanks, you won't need more than one for each fluid. I slightly edited the capacity of the ultimate tier.
Slightly, he says.
It's an homage. It's an homage to the Bedrockium drums. Because I miss those. Those were fun. I had way back in the Buildcraft days. That's how I moved the shit around. Like, we didn't have ender storage. We didn't have the ender tanks. So I would be pumping oil. I would have, 8 pump jacks all on chunks, right? I was pumping oil all over the place. So I'd like the Buildcraft geysers, right? I'd build the Buildcraft pump right above the tip of the geyser, and the Buildcraft pump would just be pumping. Well, where was it pumping to? It was usually pumping into a Bedrockium drum, right? And so I would let that go, and then I would do my rounds. I would go out, because every one of those chunks would be loaded. I'd go out to all of those, and I'd swap the drums out. And so I would build up in my base just a stockpile of Bedrockium drums of oil. And each one of those drums held 65,000 buckets. And I would have stacks of them. Right? And it felt like, because oil is traded in barrels, right? So I had a bunch of barrels of oil. It just felt legit. It felt like I was like early days of the sweetness. So yeah, let's see. So let's look at bio. Let's see if this actually works. It does. Okay. And let's do the card. Do I have I need to automate that card. Okay. Let's do card. There it is. Redstone repeater. Crafting import results card. My favorite aspect of modded Minecraft playthrough is the slow evolution of the AE system. And just like as you add and as you expand recipes and as you start auto crafting, it's just, it becomes more and more fun to play, because it's just like, oh my god, all these machines kick on, and it's all like, when you do like complex craft, it's like this and then this and then this. Like, I don't know how in this day and age how AE is coded to actually manage all that. I think it would take me a month of just analyzing the algorithm for the auto crafting subsystem in AE, just because it would be like, how the hell does this thing do what it does? How does it know what recipes are out there? How does it know how to calculate the cascade of what you actually need when you look at the like a super complex crafting job. I've done some doozies, like I've done some pretty crazy ones, and I've seen other people with like the ATM 10, like all the mods 10, late game, all the mods 10. It is insane the crafts that you have to do, like the Greg Tech level insanity that you have to do. I watched somebody play Greg Tech New Horizons. Holy God. And AE just, I mean, you do this autocraft and it's like 4 pages in like the summary, right? It just figures all that shit out. Like that algorithm to do that must be insane. And it's, you know, evolved over time and it's gotten better and better and better and faster and faster and faster. And AE today is way more performant than it was 4 years ago, right? Like it's incredibly efficient.
Is there a way to ore dictionary the crude oil?
It should already be ore dictionary.
Okay, because
but the recipe for Oritech might not be ore dictionary. So that's something.
Yeah.
Let's look at the refinery uses. And let's see oil. So Oritech still oil. Yeah, so it wants Oritech still oil only. So this recipe, it was encoded in a way that does not look at still oil. So whatever happened to that dictionary, the little tablet dictionary thing that I threw to you, Renegade?
Oh God.
Because you had given me the dictionary fire, but I had tossed you the the actual dictionary thing because you built it so fast.
I got it. I dropped it.
Okay. So what you can do with this is the only thing that's like you can actually change this to fluid and then put a fluid in there. Do you have a bucket of that fluid?
just toss it to you.
Yeah. I love the sound effects. This is somebody's voice, by the way. Whatever the mechanism team, they actually recorded their voice doing this, and it's fucking hilarious. It's the only thing I found in the mod that does this. Like, it's just hilarious. Okay, fluid. Put the crude oil in there. So this is pneumatic craft. This is a pneumatic craft oil. And so you can see the tag here is C: crude oil. C, this is Neoforge's default tag is C. Forge uses Forge, right? So if you're on the Forge version, you see Forge : like whatever, crude oil. Neoforge just uses C. It shortens it up to C. So anytime you see a C, that is blanket across the whole game. And then you have another tag, pneumatic craft, sensor, seismic sensor. Interesting. That's just that is a tag to tell pneumatic craft, hey, like it's a way to like it's a way for other mods to like influence pneumatic craft's functionality without actually needing to inject code, right? Because all that seismic sensor is looking for are things that have that tag. Right, and I know that Tyrone and company are working on implementing a tag system for Vintage Story. They are working on this kind of system because it's so damn useful. So yeah, why do I have a bunch of moss carpet on me? Okay, mangrove, I think I can just toss these in the grinder. I think. Nope. But maybe the crusher. Let's go toss them in the crusher. See if they go in. Yeah, they go in there. Okay. So, pneumatic craft oil, or it's C: crude oil. Now, do you have a bucket of, the
I'll grab it quick.
oh, os must be full.
Oh, yep.
Oh, there's another bucket. Okay, so let's open this. I love that sound effect. Doop doop. Okay, put that in there. Aha! C: oil. So this is a different tag. So this is an issue with Oritech. He didn't use the proper tag. Because crude oil. Because if we look at crude, right? There's a few kinds, right? Oritech, crude from Pneumaticraft, which you already checked. So you can see crude oil. This is just C: oil. And then the other one is Immersive Petroleum, which is Neoforge: crude oil. So all all of the damn oils, they're all different tags. Okay, so I'm gonna have to unify some taggage here, which you can do. CubeJS allows you to do that. Oil tags unify. I can do that fairly easily with a script, because you can add there's a CubeJS thing that you can just add tags to things. So I can just take each one of those item IDs, and I can just add all of the tags, right? I can just add all of the tags from each of the mods to each of those things that you just make sure that they're all done. So it's you know it's fairly straightforward. So that's gonna be that's an easy fix, comparatively speaking. Okay, so the raw polymer worked. The card, crafting import card, let's get that because I made that on AutoCraft. So we can install this. No, I didn't want to. Okay, let's grab that again. Shift click should actually go into the slot it goes into. Okay, and then we want to grab the polymer out, and we want to make another one of those. Just make sure that it does. It does not. Oh, no, it does. Okay. It's just kind of slow. So it put the item in, it put the fluid in, crafted the thing, popped it out, good to go. So all we would need to do then is have a tank for each of the fluids, and then a storage bus on each of the tanks. And the AE system now is built-in fluid mechanics, which is so good. Like, you used to always have to have an add-on mod for AE to use fluids, right? And it was like years of having this fluid add-on mod. And finally, somebody decided, like, why don't we just do it? Like, just integrate fluids, because pretty much every mod pack, fluids become a huge thing. And vintage engineering is going to get there, right? Fluids are going to be a vital thing. Okay, so we have now a way to do that. I can remove the fluid upgrade on this. On this one. This one has a fluid upgrade. This one doesn't. So non-fluid centrifuge recipes can go in there, because I'm quite sure they're not compatible. So I want to grab cable anchor here. Put one down there. I'm going to put that there and that there. I'm going to do a crafting terminal. extended pattern access term. Okay. I am going to need... Oh, I already did. Excellent.
Is there an easy way to get a whole bunch of lava?
I have there is. I just have to go update the I have to go update the nether lava thingy.
Okay.
But yeah, I need to do that. So just give me a hot minute.
Yeah.
My brain is on a thread right now, and if I switch gears, I'm gonna lose myself.
Yeah, no problem.
Pattern access terminal. Pattern access terminal. Craft. Extended. Everything has to be the extended version. There. We need to craft this. And this actually goes in here. And then I need there we go. Okay. Okay, now that that's done, put that away, put that away, put that away. I can take this. We're going to put boundary.
If we put the heavy oil back in there with sand, it will put it into sulfuric and naphtha and diesel. So I take it this one is the wrong type of oil. Oh yeah, I haven't heard you yet. I don't know if you're having issues with your mic or not.
Yeah, it's the wrong type of oil. I shall go get the correct type.
Okay.
10. What? Okay. Um, my time in a bottle has 33 hours on it.
Oh boy.
I've actually used a bunch when I built the void miners. The first tier of void miners, it takes so long to get the crystals to build the second tier, just because of how slow it is. So I buffed it so if you build one in the nether, you get like it's much faster because who has the time? Like if you just built a void miner in the overworld for the tier 1, if you just built one of those and you started it like very shortly after you like created a world, like let's say you settle down and you figure out a place you want to base and you're like, this is where I'm going to be, and then you immediately build a void miner, you could have completely built up your factory, built up an AE system, built a house or a giant structure, and then you might have enough crystal to build a tier 2. Like it takes, like if you did the numbers, it's like a weight of 2, and the default value for a cycle is 1,000 ticks, right? So that's 50 seconds. Divide that by 20. Yeah, 50 seconds. So it's almost a minute between a cycle, right? To get a single piece of something, and then the weight of it is only 2. So you could kind of vaguely, like, I don't know what a good example for weights would be, but like a lot of the ores like coal and copper have a weight of 10. So it's like if you add up all the weights of all of the ores, of all the various ores you can get, so if we go void miner and we look at the first tier, rubitine, and we look at, say, what are all the weights? So you can see coal is a weight of 16, copper 12, iron 10 or 8, osmium is 7, lapis is 6, redstone 6, silver 6, lead is 6, tin is 5, gold is 4, bauxite is 4, and then you finally have the next tier, right, as weight of 2. And then diamonds and emeralds a weight of 1, right? So you have this low end here. So the amount of this ore you're going to get is so much higher because it's so much more likely that you're going to hit one of these than one of these, right? And you want these. You need roughly, I would say, right around 150, 160 of these at a minimum. Maybe even more. So it takes so many hours to get that many. So I made it so if you build it in the nether, right, and you powered it and all that, and you have to chunk load it, of course. But if you build it in the nether, you get, for the first 4 or 5 tiers, you get way more of the crystals. Because there's fewer ores to mine in the nether, right? There's not a huge variety. So it's a really finite amount of stuff it can get. And then I weight the crystals higher. So it's like having one in the nether gets you ramped up much faster. And it's to compensate for the difference. Ooh, we've got gubbins going on over here. Noise. So do you pull the fluids out from these ports on the side over here? Or are those
Yes,
ports?
I assume so.
Because they're right in the middle of the block space, which would be a weird place for a pipe.
Yeah.
That would be a very bizarre connection. Like, it worries me that these have like a port looking thing on the underside. That's what worries me, because how do you... But it could just be a decoration, I guess.
That, or it's saying that it's bringing it down to these ports in the back.
That's definitely possible. The design of the structure definitely looks like you could do it in Vintage Story. Like all these little quirky little details and stuff. Texture wise, it looks like they definitely went with smaller. I don't know. This whole thing could be UV unwrapped and it could just negate any optimization, but it'd be easy to replicate. I mean, not easy, but it would be replicatable in Vintage Story. Not that it looks like a refinery at all, but it definitely looks cool. Although the fluid is not rendering on the underside of the blocks, kind of, it's a little bit of a faux pas there. Okay, back to what I was doing over here. Let's see. I have the fluid one, the normal one, the machine core, or the foundry, and then the assembler. So I should be able to essentially go to Oritech. Fragmenting. Pulverizing. I mean, this just looks like a pulverizer. Yeah, this is just a pulverizer. There's a really bad pulverizer at that.
Rain? No rain. Rain? No rain. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a bad machine.
All good if I use some of this plastic or sulfuric acid.
Yeah, I don't need the acid. I need to make plastic.
Ooh. So charger. If we do this, wait, what was that? Oh, okay. 4. Okay. Fluxite is done. Well, let's get 10 of those just to validate. Yep. I want to know where they get their sound effects.
Yeah.
All of these machines are going to be not for manual use. Just throwing that out there. These are all going to be automated. So as soon as you start messing with the fluids and stuff in this one, it's going to throw everything off.
Well, you said this one's going to be water, right?
Right, but it's not it's water, but it's not permanently water. The fluid is supplied by the pattern. Right? So the pattern is what includes the fluid. So watch, if I pull this out and I pull this out and I go over here, right, and I say, okay, I want plastic, right? Boom, the water is supplied by the pattern terminal. And then the card inside is expecting a craft, so it then pulls the craft out. Right? And so the next thing is crafting is more blocks of biofuel, which craft into those. So I need to speed this up by a lot. So the polymer resin here, use. right? So I can take this, encode a pattern with it. Polymer resin, use. This goes water. The mineral slurry would be even better because that gives you twice the output, but I don't know where mineral slurry comes from. So we can code that. So the water is included in the pattern, go into there, and then put this into here. And now we have a secondary recipe for that. So I need to do an add-on for speed. Capacitor. Steam boiler, no. Control unit. Burst. Allows the machine to operate in very fast bursts. Okay, that's probably not sustainable. Synergy matrix. Plus 75 speed, minus 10% energy efficiency. Well, that's a good, that is a really fun, that's a scary recipe right there. That's concerning. Okay, there's a speed add-on. Is this a little bit, this is a little bit more manageable. Let's go actually up here. Speed add-on. And put this down here. Okay, and then let's grab a couple of those. Did I misinterpret where that's crafted? Let me look. Speed add-on. Crafting 20.
Ooh.
Why?
When you're done that over there, come check this out.
Well, that looks dangerous. Holy cow. Whoa. I wonder if this would work for Certus. Where's the thing going? Oh, it's got it. It's the inventory of the thingy. Okay. How much power is this thing pulling? Oh, that's not bad. Soon to be out of the range of the rain. Right here and right here. Right here and right here. Right here and right here. Cool. And particles and animation, like, love to know how they do that.
Grab a Certus and see if it does it for that too.
Yeah, just to check it out, see what's up. I just realized this has already got a... There was a...
Yes, it does. Oh, that's cool, Boogie. The trick is not to put it on straight on. You want to put it at an angle.
Oh, wow. You could probably, maybe... see what happens if it sees the bottom one. Might not see the bottom one. No, doesn't see the bottom one. If you put it one block higher, you might even be even better. So if you put it like at an angle, like a 45-degree angle, like wow. Okay, so it's
Maybe it has to go back a block.
I mean maybe you can experiment. I was in the middle of something over here. Oh yeah, this thing. Add-ons. Okay, let's grab that. With the fluid there to make sure that's still good. Then I want power. Maximum usage, maximum transfer. So if we remove this, 64, 512, 115, 512. So if we put another one there, 179, 512. So there's diminishing returns. But if we put that there, 115, 230. So if we do another add-on, there, this is 230. Maximum transfer, okay. So your usage obviously can't exceed your transfer, otherwise bad things happen. But this block definitely allows you to augment it with more gubbins. So let's see. I don't know how many add-ons we can add to this. Does it tell you? Someplace add-ons. Do one more. $256. So we're now where this thing could probably go pretty damn fast. So let's look at this and do like 8. Oh yeah, markedly faster. Yep. What? Why? What? Why did that stop? Import bus. Why am I constantly engaging my angel belt? Come on now.
I finally got some plastic sheets.
There we go. That was weird. It was like, because the next recipe, like the old recipe gave me two plastic, and then the next recipe was enabled, and the card didn't remove the previous recipe because it was on a different recipe. So it was like it got confused or something.
Hey, Buggy, come check this thing out now. I added a quarry add-on to it.
Okay, what does that do? Oh, it sees the whole enchilada here. Wow, that thing is fast. God damn.
You have to worry about the quality of the crystal in the center, though, right? Or does
The flawless is infinite.
And that's not mining Certus quartz. That's mining charged quartz.
Yeah.
Whoa, what?
That's what the laser does. It charges it. It's charging the block itself.
Nice.
That kind of throws off literally all of my recipes, though. I do not default to charge Certus quartz for any of my recipes. That's crazy, though. Like, you could definitely use that, like, if you need charged Certus quartz. Or if you're, like, defaulting that. What kind of power is this thing pulling now? 128? Like, that's not bad. 128 RF a tick. It's okay. It was doing a thing.
It was in its way. That's apparently the area it covers. That block's a block lower than this one, so it didn't do that.
I wonder if you can, like, enchant this thing with fortune. But since it's giving you, instead of giving you amethyst, it's giving you fluxite. Like, that's a different monster altogether, but... Like, this is... I don't know how they code that. I really wish I was better at the... I wish I was better at the frilly, fancy visual stuff, because that's what people respond to. Like, I can code the nitty-gritty details of vintage engineering all day, but if it doesn't look cool, people just don't pay attention to it. You know, the flashy particles and stuff people respond to 10 times more than...
And apparently can also mine uranium crystals and turn them into plutonium dust.
Yeah, there's many ways to skin the cat in this case, so it's not... It's cool, but there's a lot of different conversions and stuff that a bunch of mods can do. I know Powa has a bunch of conversions. And we can turn uranium into uranite with power, uraninite, whatever, uranite. But I'm trying to work my way to the elite core, right, which needs silicon wafers in the engraver. So atomic forge is what we're after. The flux gate is the assembler. So if we go, do I have platinum automated? I do. Okay. So elite adamant is done. Engraving, this is what we're working on, the atomic forge.
I crafted a bunch of processing units. There's 60 of them in this assembler over here. Because you'll probably need those at some point.
All right, so there is flux gate. There's the processing unit. Okay. So this is a normal grid recipe. Assembler. Okay. Processing units. Give me a jump start on those. Okay, and then Oritech. Okay, so pulverizing. Pulverizer. Perfect. Oh, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Pulverizer. We're going to grab that. Put that here. Oh, come on, don't. Pulverizer. I need another Duvalaki. Card. Card. Okay. Now, this. Blink. Start. Start. I do love this system. It auto fills that in now. It's so nice. Did we get stuck on something? That was not supposed to be in there. It was supposed to be in there. No, I don't want to. God damn wrong pattern. My poor brain just doesn't. Why are we not seeing any of the things that I just fucking crafted here? Come on now. There we go. Okay, so I need one of those lasers that he's got over there to power this thing. Oh, this thing is big. Okay. Missing core blocks.
with the laser?
Do you not need it anymore?
Not really, no.
Okay, I can use it. Damn. Fills the slots from left to right, moves to the next slot when the first slot has been built. Okay. Capacity depends on recipe. There's no upgrade thingy here. And I think we have to do the laser. Like, I don't know if it's just has to be nearby. Oh,
Shift right click on the target and on the laser.
okay. Now, I'm guessing power that. And then there's no obvious ports on this. I wonder if they're underneath. Let's see if we can access the sides. See the intro crystals just kick on? Yeah, love that. Okay. Now, okay, so the Elite with this silicon wafers. Okay, let's go up to here. Do Elite. Well, we are working our way into Oritech, Spy. Just kind of learning it as we go. So there's one recipe in there. So let's see if that works. Ooh. Okay. It did something. Did it finish?
Yeah, it already finished.
Oh shit, that finished already. Okay. And then this is the advanced computing engine. Okay. Boom. And the elite core is all of the things that we've automated in just a normal crafting grid, ironically enough. So let's do an elite core. Well, didn't even get time to see it and finish so fast. All right, so what I'm going to do is break that. We're going to grab this and swap it for the elite. And it kept the target. Excellent. Because I didn't break the actual block. So, and just not be on the safe side, import bus. Just in case. Let's see if that works. Just in case the machine, like, it doesn't import properly. Never know. All right. Yeah. Okay. The next tier, now that we have elite tiers, ultra tier, I don't know, this dubious container can capture. It doesn't necessarily need to have a capture, or does it? Okay. Add-on splicer. So the Ultra is the dubious container. We've already automated all of those things.
So over here, if you guys can see where I am, there's an Oritech crude oil deposit, and I've already filled up a advanced fluid tank with it. So we've got a lot of oil.
Yeah, I knew there was a big deposit nearby. So
It's apparently infinite, because the thing is not that deep, but it's produced 256 buckets already.
oh, it's a little miniature pump jack.
Yep. Anyway, I got AFK food. Yeah, if you want, we can move the refinery over here.
Well, I would rather have the refinery over here because all those fluids, I need to all the fluids of this thing outputs, I would like to have storage buses on all these things. Like the naphtha, sulfuric acid, like all of this stuff would be handy to have access to be able to craft with, because some of those fluids are used in crafts. So the further away that refinery is, the harder it's going to be to do that. So I'd rather bring the one thing over here via like the oil, pump that over here, and then just have the tanks, hooked in. Okay, so this stuff, engraving, platinum and reinforced carbon or alloying, that is really expensive. Netherite and platinum. What is the engraving recipe? It's platinum and 2. Yeah, see, this is an example, is the naphtha, light naphtha, carbon fiber strands give a carbon fiber reinforced sheet in the refinery. Wait, what? Wait a second. What, did I miss? Okay. engraving, reinforced carbon sheet. Yeah. Refining. Why is that a refining? Half a bucket of light naphtha and 1 carbon fiber strand is 1 carbon fiber sheet. That's a pretty crazy recipe there. But okay. So the alternate is that we use this. Netherite and a platinum. I think this is the one we're going to go with. Netherite and platinum seems to be a little bit easier, at least right now. And this is the foundry, pretty sure. Do we have enough? Elite. Available 24. I think I can build this. Ultra. Oh my god. Oh, did I pop off the speed add-on? I did. Okay, let's pop that back on. Okay. So if we do Dura, D-U, Dura.
Six upgrade add-ons for that thing.
Yeah, I didn't leave myself enough space to do any of that shit, so I'm just...
Sure you did.
Yeah, I know. We could do add-on upgrades and add-on extend. I know all that shit. I am well aware of that, but I did not plan to do that, so I don't want to make it janky and... Because every one of these machines you can do that with, right? So how do you do that with every one of these machines and make it look not like shit? That's the problem. And so I'm just trying to get this... I'm trying to understand it before I decide how I want to build it. Because some of the builds that I've seen, the machine is actually sitting on those upgrades, right? So it's like, I don't know if that's a way to min-max it. Like, is there a port on the bottom of these that allows you to do that? I don't know. I don't think so, but some of the screenshots I've seen are very like ambiguous as to how these things are set up.
I figured you could take the add-ons, put one on the back of each of them, and then just go down with them, and then put them underneath the floor. You never see them.
Right, but I want to see them. I want to see the industrial, like, hiding components is not my MO, as you can see by my factory as it is right now. Like, I don't like the fact that if I have to tweak something, I have to dig around, you know, Direwolf style to try to figure out how to augment something. It's just all there and available. So I don't like hiding components of a factory because it makes modifying a factory 10 times harder and more tedious because it's like you have to nitpick all of that stuff. It drives me crazy. This is why I stopped watching Direwolf, because it drove me crazy when I watched him. Because he would build a factory and the very next thing he would do is he would have to like shrink himself down and go and then try to like augment things. And the very next episode, he would do the same thing. And he did the same thing over and over and over and over again. And he never built his factory differently so he didn't have to do that. He always hid everything away, but he spent most of his time modifying the the pipes of a factory, not the actual using the factory. So it's like, just leave everything out in the open, and then you can tweak it all you want, and without all the shenanigans. So that's how I build. I don't, it's my factory is rarely done, right? It's rarely like I don't have to ever touch it again. There's usually always something that you tweak with it. The factory must grow and must be seen. Okay, so the one core left. I'm just kind of using the cores as my progression, right? It's just like the only thing I can find that actually has a progression to it is the cores. So we did Ultra now. Everything about Ultra is automated. What's crazy how like simple these are. Like these should not be this easy, right? Because you could skip to this tier basically. Like this is just plastic and these things, which is just like interpearls. So you can make the pulverizer to make this enderic compound. The adamant is again nickel and diamonds. You could easily fast track those, or alloying diamonds and nickel to get, so you need the foundry. To get Ultra, you would need the foundry, the pulverizer, and some plastic, which would require the foundry or the refinery. You could even do it with the pneumatic craft. If you did molten plastic with pneumatic craft, you'd be able to use a chiller, industrial chiller, to chill it into plastic sheets for Oritech. So the Oritech plastic chiller. I could also or dictionary the plastic sheets here with the industrial foregoing plastic, but I don't want to do that. Just because it's whatever. Okay, ultimate. Ooh. Ultimate is way spicy. So there is a way that you could skip the first 5 tiers of machine core to get the ultra core. Fairly with a minimum number of machines. You need 3 machines to do this. Which is kind of insane. I think that's an oversight. It really is. Like having this recipe, yeah, it's netherite, but you could easily skip to ultra tier and then ultimate. Superconductor is going to be assembling, which that's easy. Let's do that. So this superconductor assembling this recipe, superconductor, and that's going to be the assembler. Okay. I need to put this into blocking mode just so it's doesn't derp out. Probably put all of these in blocking mode. Yeah, put all those in blocking mode. Okay, and so that's the superconductor, and now the promethium. What the hell is this going to be? Okay. This is interesting. Overcharged crystal. Okay, particle collision. This is
Ooh, particle colliders. Nice.
So, what, pray tell? Dropper. Wow, okay. Ooh, we are going to need the reinforced carbon sheets. Damn. Okay. So advanced battery. Oh, why am I not in the right terminal? Overcharged crystal. Advanced battery. There's the advanced battery. Okay. So let's put that in there. I love when I'm down in the weeds on a recipe, try to automate it, and I'm in the wrong terminal. Just love that. Okay. These are already done. Yeah, look at that max transfer rate on the superconductors. 4 million RF per tick. Cannot connect to normal energy pipes. Okay. Why? Only connects to pipes, not machines. Assembling. All right, yeah, I already. Did I do this energite? I did not automate this, so let's look at this. Is nickel and fluoxite. Yeah. So this. Let's do it in batches of like 32. In the alloy or foundry.
We have pillagers in the base.
What?
We have pillagers in the base.
Oh. Well, they don't really know what we're capable of. Oh, you've got levitating on your bow. I bet they didn't see that coming. I'm flying. Why? Where? Why? Okay, I need an import bus. And then there. There we go. There we go. What was I doing again? I lost my thread. Okay, this, and then this, and this. Particle collider. Particle collider. Particle accelerator. Ion thruster. Reinforced, yeah, see, I'm going to need to get a refinery here. Let's move the refinery. If we can. It's all done with its gubbins. I think it's done. Looks like it's completely empty. Okay, turn my magnet on. Okay. Now, let's unify the cores here. I wish the lower cores were used in the higher tier cores, right? Because you make a bunch of these, and then you make a bunch of these, and it doesn't use the old ones, right? That sucks. Why? Why? For art thou? Ultra. I need many. Let's get like 20 ultras, because why not? Because we, have the things and the stuff. Let's craft all the things, get all the just everything just comes to life. I'm gonna take a quick bio break while this finishes. I'll be right back. All right. This is still working. All right, let's place the refinery. Okay. This is a pretty beefy machine. Is there a way to mass produce these whatchamacallit? Is there a way to do blocks? No. I can't remember what methodology I used. Is it crusher? Yeah. Dirty netherite scrap. All right, netherite scrap is good. Let's just get a bunch more of those queued up. That lingering cough that I've been fighting for a month is just about gone. Thank God. That was... I'm sure it was annoying everybody out there, and it was also annoying me. Alright. Oh. So, if I were to really focus on trying to speed up a machine, it would be the foundry. This thing is brutal. Many add-ons will be required. But what is that? there's that super high level expensive add-on. Burst. Was it the burst? I don't think it. No, it wasn't the burst. Synergy Matrix. Yeah, this is. Ooh. Yeah. The Heisenberg compensator. There's too many jokes. I can't even start. I don't even know where to begin with that. Okay, particle. We're working on the particle collider, I think. Ion thruster. Yeah. See, we need to get these, so that's why we're okay. Now I'm realizing what we're doing here. That is so cool. The animation is so cool. See, it's that kind of stuff, right? I can damn near guarantee it took longer to implement the animation system for building these things than it took to actually implement the machine itself. It took longer to get it looking cool than it did to make it functional. Okay, so this is, we need the extra tank Duvalakis. I think we look at the refinery. What are these? Blah. Refinery chamber. Up to 2 of these can be placed on top of a refinery. Does it matter what the orientation is?
I'm on my way to help you out.
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I saw what you guys did, so.
I think it's the one next to it. I could be wrong. Oh, I suppose you've got the wireframe. Never mind, you got it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at placing it over the top.
Yep.
I'm working on the cores. I'm upgrading this massively, so it's gonna take a hot minute for the cores to get done because they are a bitch. This one and this one. There it is. And then this one. So the ultra tier. Is there an upgrade? I don't see any, like, these are all ports. They're not like the plugs for the upgrade. So is there no way to upgrade this thing?
Might not be. I haven't tested it out, so I can't say for sure. Yeah, I don't see any ports either.
You know, there's got to be some stuff in this mod that uses a unholy amount of power, because these superconductors can move 4 million RF per tick, whereas the energy pipes we've been using is 10,000. So there has got to be some crazy shenanigans going on here. So, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to do superconductors. I'm going to figure out, let's see, this is my power here. So what I'm going to do is right here, we're going to move this to here. Also, if, as a general rule, everybody, if you build something and you power it, always name your flux points. Whatever it is. Because if something happens and something like power shenanigans happen, I really want to be able to figure out really fast where that flux point is coming from. So, ooh, yeah. Solar panel. Nice. What does this thing produce? It doesn't actually tell you. Okay.
96 with per multiplier 3.0.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I think they're done finally. Okay. Let's get the
Took
other
me
one
a
up.
sec to find out where the how to get to the core.
Oh, you can right click on any part of it and it'll pop up in text.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Log in.
Fucking Jesus. Turn around and there's llamas in my face. Dude. Personal space. Oh, he's got more mangrove. Ah, we don't need him. You can, go bye-bye.
Doing anything off of mouse?
You missed! Okay. So, I'm guessing crude goes in the bottom. And then,
Yep.
we have, like, outputs there. And then an
There's another one that looks like
output here. So I think we probably want to do output maybe here and here. Okay, and then the tank, I don't know what tanks go where.
well, input one.
Yeah,
Makes
that
sense.
is the input, but I'm talking about the outputs. Which tank is which?
What I guess what are you processing?
Well, this is going to be used in a couple things, unfortunately. If you look at the recipes for the refinery, the reasons I brought it over here is the reinforced carbon sheets, right? So here's the problem. I think this is like possible, but there's no, I don't know, because it uses light naphtha with carbon fiber strands, I think, to give you the carbon or the reinforced carbon fiber sheet. Right? So if we want one of these, I think what I'm probably going to have to do is build another one of these without the tanks, because we don't need the tanks. Right?
Yeah.
So what I think I'm going to do is do another refinery. And oh wow, this thing is involved. Do that.
We're on the last bits of steam on here. But I think 4 million buckets of, or 4,000 buckets is probably enough.
No, never.
Never.
Cauldron. And then a fucking motor.
Well, we could set up the refinery and set up a diesel generator.
So I think this one is going to be on this side. Here. I need core. Okay, I've got to wait till this craft is done. So this one will just be all the oil products. And then what I want to do is I need to come down here.
Power cables?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working on it. What?
Sorry.
Why did you break it?
Yeah, because I had right clicked it and put the image up. And figured you wouldn't want that. I was gonna place it down right again afterwards, but
Yeah, what? Yeah, I have a magnet on because reasons.
Yep.
Because I need like these fluids are going to go into tanks. The tanks are going to have storage buses on them, right? So I'm just thinking like how am I going to route everything? Because I have a dense cable that I'm going to route from here, and I'm just thinking like where I'm going to want all my cableage over here to try to have a nice tight system. Because then I need access over here, but we can put the tank on the side here, so that's fine. Because eventually we're gonna have like an ender tank, you know, like a gray ender tank for the oil, or I usually do oil black. But we can do that once I or dictionary all the oil tags, because yeah. So I think I'm gonna do the pipe to here. And then have this come up over here. Okay, let's do. Nope, this is why I have a magnet on. Here we go. All right, where? Get my cables. Okay. From there, we can branch that off. So we look at, you can see that's 5 of 128. And the branch coming off there has all of these other ones on it, so yeah. Anyway, let's fill that in there. All right, let me queue up the cores here. The centrifuge, like, gives me ideas for way down the road, HV tier for vintage engineering with a whole uranium processing system. So power on this side, because we're working towards the particle accelerator, which I'm assuming is going to be beefy, right? I'm assuming we're going to get into the like stuff. Yeah, low yield nuclear explosion device. That sounds hard.
Fun.
That sounds scary.
So don't set one off in the middle of the base.
Not if you value your life. Oh, this is
So don't let my wife near the computer so she sets it off on my account blaming me. Gotcha.
That's the story you're going with, huh?
Yep.
It was my wife all along. It's like, okay. I see. Like, I don't know why I have the duranium being made in the alloying thing. Platinum and netherite, right? The engraving, this recipe does not look better. And then alloy smelting, like, I should just put this recipe in the alloy smelter. That thing is going to be exponentially faster at this. How many more are we? Oh my god. Okay, cancel. Jesus. Okay, this is going over here. Holy Moses, that was slow. So let's get ultra core. Where is it? Ultra, where? Core. Yeah, look at that. Look at the difference. Way better. Now it's like the polymer and the plastic is slow as hell. Wait, why is this advanced core? Where am I? There are the ultra cores. I was like, oh, I didn't make the wrong cores, did I? Oh my god. Okay. So, have you guys, with these refineries, maybe Oz, well, Oz is probably AFK, he's always AFK.
I'm here.
Oh. Did you try to insert things in multiple faces? Did you, like, if I put a pattern provider on this face of this refinery, will it, like, fill the tank and put the item? Because there's an item and a fluid in for this. So, an example, pattern provider.
Haven't tested items, but I think the liquids you can get pretty much anywhere.
So if we put like one of these slappity do it right over here, now the other refinery, is there just one item that goes in it, like just for the oil basic refinery?
For the basic refinery, you got kind of two options. You can do
clay catalyst.
Yep. If you do the one with the clay catalyst, you get more out in one go. But if you do a two-stage where you process the oil again, it gives you, if you process the heavy oil, you end up with the same result of the byproducts and more, more diesel. So if you do a taste stage, you're better off.
Okay. So we would need another full-on refinery to do that.
Yeah.
No, you don't need a full refinery to go from the oil to the heavy oil. Unless you're gonna do the entire breakdown.
Well, you have oil, right? Oritech oil goes into, without any item, heavy oil, naphtha, and sulfuric acid. Okay, so 3 outputs. And then the heavy oil with sand goes into diesel, more naphtha, and more sulfuric acid. Okay, so it depends on what we're after. You know, I'm assuming that diesel is going to be... Oh, you can actually turn it into turbo fuel. Fuel generator, all the gubbins, which is fine. I'm not turn it into lube, pneumatic craft. You can turn it into all the things. What I need, 100%, is the naphtha right now. This is what I'm after, is the naphtha. So,
According to the wiki, if when no module is on it, the initial output is doubled.
Initial output, but if it's 2-stage, you end up with the same byproducts, but more diesel.
we don't really need diesel. That's really not what we need. But
No, I'm talking like if you just take the oil in a basic refinery just to get the heavy oil, it's going to double the output of the heavy oil. If you add a second one on, it doubles the second one.
so if we were going for naphtha, we would need a refinery with 2 tanks.
1 tank.
1 tank.
1 tank.
Well, let's try it. Put a bucket in there. Let me grab... Cat, really? I got up out of my chair, and that was enough. Stop it. Superconductor. Let's see. Superconductor. Ooh, these are expensive. What? Are people manually feeding these, or is these just not working? Oh, this doesn't have a card in it. How does that not have a card?
I was going to mention that one to you, that I think it was incomplete.
I don't have a return card in there. There it goes. What is the bestest plastic? There it is. Plastic sheet. Oh, right. It's the mineral. Okay. Yeah. Mineral slurry is just not... You're just gonna sit on the floor and stare at me? It's unnerving. The patience of a cat. Yeah, there's not really any really good, efficient recipe for the plastic sheets. Then the mineral slurry is just not, it's not easily attainable. Like, you have to process ores to even get it. And we really don't need to process any ores with the system.
Looks like this is limited. This pump jack stopped working. Got 6 million though.
I think it's empty.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean.
No.
Oh my god, what did I just pick up?
Oh, there's still oil down here. Weird.
Oh, there's a metric ton of oil down here.
Yeah.
So this thing must have a limit in height. We're at 64. $45, 44. Yeah, 45. 11 blocks. 10, 11 blocks. Is there anything on the wiki about the pump jack and limitations? Where's all this go? Ooh. Damn, look at that generator. That's wicked looking.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got done building that.
It can drain liquid bodies of size 100,000 or smaller.
I don't know what that means. I don't know how it calculates that, but 100,000 is just that would be 100 blocks. If that's in millibuckets. 100,000 millibuckets.
Well, it pulled over 4 million out of there. Almost 5 million out of there.
Well, yeah, there's 6,000 buckets in there. So that's 6 blocks. There's 6,000 blocks. Somehow. It somehow pulled that out of 11 blocks. Yeah. The question was, is there a depth limit to what this thing can access?
It doesn't specify.
The way to test that would be to place this down. What I would do is I would find the center of that bubble and go up the center of that bubble and then place that pump jack right above the center of that bubble to see if it actually goes. Yeah, I hear the purrs loose. I do. They're adorable. What time is it? Must be the time. Yeah. I don't know how, but she knows what time it is. Here you go. You want to build that down there, right above the pool, See if that's, and then we need to bring obviously power cables down there, but yeah. I don't have enough power cables. You're going to have to manage that. I don't have any power cables, in fact. Where did the tank of oil? How does this thing say no liquids available? It's powered.
Still not running, huh?
I don't know if it's over the source block or not. Doesn't look like it is. I don't know. I don't know how finicky that is. Like, it should know what that liquid is. It should see it, no problem. All right, I gotta turn my goddamn Mac magnet back? I keep turning this magnet on and off. And I need a hotkey to do that game. This is why I hotkeyed it for my version of it, because it's like I'm always switching that out. This is why I usually don't hide any of my stuff. It's like,
Oh, by the way, there was not much oil left in here.
what do you mean? Was there like one block that was oh, right. It was
5, actually.
5 blocks were hiding the fact that it was empty. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Well, that mystery is solved.
Now, did it stop? Shoot.
Sheol fire. That's frightening. Liquid. Okay, the moment of truth. It worked. It was slow as hell. Why can't you do add-ons to the refinery? Like,
Yeah.
there's no... Nothing add-onable. So yeah, we're gonna need another refinery. Might as well put it. Somebody wants to work on that.
Second refinery?
Yep, to process the heavy oil.
Alright.
I've got one refinery chamber already, so we don't need another one of those.
Okay.
If I don't know how many you need, but there it is.
I'll grab it here.
You have to right click.
Oh
on the
my
pipe.
god. Fucking magnet. I love how the magnet just overrides two people in between.
Yeah.
There's two people in between me and the block, and it's like, nope. You get it.
Do you want the oil in your buggy?
What? Well, not right now. I just
Okay.
we're just chilling right now. We don't need massive production at the moment. Proof of concept first, and then things and stuff. But yeah, if we have that running, we're gonna quickly fill up back stuff on heavy oil. Okay, this whole time I've been going for the Promethium, which is this, which is particle collider, which is particle accelerator, which is ion thruster, which is these things, right? So now that we have these automated, I should be able, right, to do this, switch, this. Nope. I think these are done. No, particle collider. There we go. Particle collider itself, and then this, which is the ion thruster, which is the assembly machine. So if we go over here to the assembler, boom, ion thruster. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Come on now. This, 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 this. There we go. And then particle accelerator. Okay, now I just gotta wait for all this crafting to finish. Yeah, the centrifuge is gonna need a unholy amount of add-ons. This is so damn slow. Okay. So, can we build? I mean, wow, we're out of steel. Well, I hope this finished. Did. Look at that recipe. Look at that cascading recipe. This is what I love about AE. It's like, it's so nice to be able to just craft all of that stuff. Just craft it. Just you do it.
Right, I got that second refinery set up.
So we need an export bus on the tank. I'll deal with the wires. Just deal with the buses and the ports and the tanks and the like. I'll run the wires and the tubes, all the tubes. But an export bus on the tank exporting heavy oil, and then whatever that outputs. If one of these outputs naphtha, the tank for the naphtha is right here. So we just push it right into the same tank. And then I'll gate it, right? Since there's a storage bus on the tank, I can gate the whole thing around the naphtha. If the naphtha drops below a threshold, I could basically engage whatever. I don't know if there is a... Well, yeah, I can probably hopefully interface with this with laser IO, and that would allow me to do it, because I could put a level emitter and then a redstone reader, and then basically enable the thing when redstone is on. So only shove in oil right when naphtha is low, and that'll just kickstart the whole process, because naphtha is really what we want out of this. I think as far as all the products go, it's the most useful, at least for now. I might eat those words eventually, but okay. Like who doesn't just, auto crafts a particle accelerator
Because of course.
in their pocket? Like that's a common thing, right? I don't know how big this thing is. Let's put down I don't know, something like right here. And then face it this way and then build it right there. Oh, literally like, what? Particle accelerator. Oh, oh, this is way more complex. Okay. Ooh. Let me. I need to prep for this process. This is going to be. Um. No. Yeah, there's a bug with this mod right now, guys. I know. I'm aware. And at this point, I don't care. But yeah, it doesn't consume the blocks that I'm building with. So. The mod author is aware. I did report it, as other people reported it as well, but kind of at the mercy of the mod author and what they want to fix and what they don't want to fix. So, but the particle accelerator is not just the particle accelerator. This thing requires a whole thing. So we have particle accelerator guide rings, particle accelerator linear motor, particle accelerator sensor, so this thing is just part of a whole thing. So let's put it here. And let's go autograph some things and stuff. No, industrial glass, excuse me? Is that okay? I have to use industrial glass. It's fine. Oh, that's a lot of steel. That's a lot of steel. I might have to find a way to supplement our steel production a little bit. Or
Mac Renegade.
particle accelerator guide. have no idea how this is supposed to work, but
Tried getting an export connected. I can't figure out how to even place the lock. Do you have to have it connected to cables?
what was that?
Well, you wanted me to connect an export.
No, I
bus
just
to
want
this.
you to place the export bus and then
Yeah.
put the filter on it so it's ready
But I
to
can't. You can even place it.
You can't. What?
I held. If I right click, it opens the menu. If I hold down crouch and right click, it doesn't do anything.
Well, now I can't. I have to get my pipe wrench. Pop that.
Yeah, no idea how you did that because I was crouching and couldn't do it. I even tried using shift instead.
Yeah, all I did was just when you mouse over it, does it give you the little highlight of the thing?
Yes, but when I crouch, it disappears. And my crouch is control. I don't know if that makes a difference.
What is your shift?
Shift is wrong.
Okay, try that.
Tried that, didn't work. But try it again. Yeah, if I hold down shift and right click, it just opens the menu again.
I don't know what to say. I just checked your teams. Like, can you try it on? Well, don't use that one because that one's already placed. But can you try it on like just a chest? See if you can actually do it on a chest. If it's the machine itself that's weird.
I tried it on like this fluid tank. It disappears as soon as I crouch.
Well, just
interesting.
Like right click, see if it. Like actually try to place it, even if the thing disappears. Like you try to place.
Check this out. I'm facing this block, and place it on the opposite side. That's what's wrong.
What in the what?
Yep.
Is it the shift? I would say check your controls. See if you have conflicts. Because I had to go through and change so many hotkeys. And I disabled, like, you can look at a specific key, and then you can see all the things that use that key. And I was going through and just disabling so many of those because I didn't want the conflict. Like even if it wasn't. Even if I wasn't using that mod, I still didn't want the conflict. So is there a particle tube? Particle accelerator. Because it looks like this has like a tube on it. So if I do a guide ring, can I like shift right? No. Ah. Okay. Wow, do you need many? Do you need many of these?
Oof.
How do you... How do you line... I guess you have to do... this... with this... No? This with this. Wow. Okay. But the diagonals, I'm not sure. so far I'm like, I like this concept. Not the fact that there's zero documentation in the game of how this fucking thing works. Like, this is a pretty complex system. This needs more than just like, nah, YOLO. Like, you figure it out. So okay, I'm not seeing machine. That's a machine frame. I don't know what machine frames do. I honestly don't know what these do. Max length 64 by. What is that? What are these even for? Machine frames. I don't even know. Spawner cage. No, I don't care about any of that. Energy pipe. I don't care about that. Superconductor. I've already got those. Polarizer. Tachyon absorber. Wow. Pump. Okay. I'm guessing diagonal. Okay. I'm going to need so many more of those. Let's go back. Let's get another one of these. And then get like 20 more of these, I guess. Just start it. Just start the process. All the things can get started. I'm going to need an import bus. Do I have one on me or...
Starting to feel kind of out of it, so I'm gonna head out.
Okay. So slow, this plastic process is so slow. This here, and then here. Diesel. Okay. That's ready to go. Now we're working on this, and I've got $5 million FE. Holy Moses. Wait. How is this thing not completely out of power? Is there a bug with Oritech? Is there a bug with Oritech and power? Like, this is 5 million FE. This is another 4 million. There's 4 million and 5 million. This is very close to 20 million power. And it didn't even make a dent over here. Like yeah, it used this energy quite a bit. Why is this not turning off? Something happened to my RS latch? Like, this has been working for literally hours. Days, actually. Why is this? I don't know. Game is weird. But, I mean, 20 million FE and it used maybe 10 out of that reactor? 10, maybe 12? Like, I don't even know if this is, like, legit, like, how you're supposed to use this thing, so...
One way to find out, I guess.
Yeah. So, let's do accelerator. And look at the recipes. Particle collision. Min collision energy. Oh, I'm gonna need the sensor. Right. Sensor. Emits a redstone signal based on the speed of particles passing through. Redstone controllable. What does redstone do to this thing? No. I have no idea. It says this emits a redstone signal. Redstone doesn't connect to it. Well, let's see. I guess the simplest one would be electrum dust and redstone dust. Ooh, another star? Holy shit. So, redstone dust. Is that a crystal or dust? It's electrum dust. Derp. Okay, so we do. What just happened?
Looking up on the wiki here.
Particle exited. Coordinates 102, 66, 1201. One oh two 66 1201. Oh, that's where that is. What? Last curve distance, min curve distance. Speeds 73 meters per second. What? Okay, I'm calling an audible. How the hell does this thing work? Okay, let's do. No, I want a Google search. I don't want Google's stupid AI to help.
High-speed particle can't take tight turns. There's a tight turn, it'll exit the path and shoot out into the world. Says to allow higher speeds, either increase the distance between the corners or make the corners themselves longer.
Wow.
It's like put some straight pieces in between these two turns.
I think you actually need two of these because you need to smash the particles together somehow.
Yeah.
Like when a high-speed particle hits a second particle, usually stationary or moving in the opposite direction, they transmute into new materials or release energy. That's crazy.
Build a ring. Once an insert particle is up to speed, insert a second particle into the same ring to create a collision.
Oh yeah, that I get. But reading the speed, that's going to be hard. Because it doesn't let you put the particle in, like the second one in, probably until it's up to speed, but there's no way to read the speed. Particle speed sensor detects the current velocity of a particle to trigger redstone events, releasing a second particle. That's fine, but what are the...
They have on here using a comparator with a line of light blocks, and there's a table that shows the speed for each redstone level.
Holy cow. There is a crazy amount of complexity with this. When particles collide at high speed, they'll emit energy dense tachyons. The higher the collision energy, the more energy will be ejected with tachyons. They'll fly farther and be more tachyons at higher speeds. Tachyon collectors can be used to catch those particles and turn them into energy. Tachyons will always exit in random directions at collision point. Surrounding the entire area in collectors ensures you'll catch them all. If all tachyons are collected, you can get up to 4 times the amount of energy that was used to accelerate the particles. However, for large collisions, a lot of high energy tachyons will be emitted.
which may cause collectors to reach their limit, and any excess energy will be wasted. Oh, there's a typo. Ooh. Placing the collectors further back allows attacking to be spread over multiple collectors, so they don't fill up too quickly. Collectors further back. Speed sensors. Particle speed can be measured with particle sensor. Comparator. Okay, so 10,000 speed is a 14, level 14. Okay, I get that. Could also use probably a redstone reader. Maybe you could use integrated dynamics. I don't know. Particle accelerators. So this is something to experiment in your single player world. When certain elements collide with excessive energy, they can rip a hole in space-time, leading to a small dimensional incursion. The energy required to achieve this is immense, and little is known about these incursions and their triggers. Researchers have noted that colliding fire charges with a collision energy over 5,000 joules seems to bring the nether closer. Ender pearls with more than 10,000 joules appear to do the same thing for the end dimension. There are unsettling rumors of reckless scientists attempting to bombard these incursion points with speeds that defy known measurement methods, aiming to create singularities of their own. However, none have returned to share their findings, leaving their fate shrouded in mystery ever since. Sensors are recording a mysterious tachyon stream. So, this would explain why black holes are in the mod. You can literally, with this system, with high enough energies, you could literally create a black hole. Black hole, it's hard to spot. But I bet you, because it says there's a stream of tachyons that are emitted from it, I bet you if you actually managed to make one, you could put those tachyon things all around it at whatever distance, and just it would just be an infinite amount of power. Like, I don't know how popular this kind of thing, this kind of feature would be in, Vintage Story, because there it is, black hole. Vintage Story is typically like, oh, he's got the Captive Dream sword. It's the same one I have. So this thing would have to be much, much larger. But, like, you could, if you designed it, if you knew what the hell you were doing and you experimented, you would need a small ring to get it started, right? And then, like, that particle that popped out over here right? What you could do as it speeds up, you go to a larger ring. So you'd pop the particle out into the larger ring and speed it up and speed it up and speed it up, and you have to pop it out to another ring. But then you would need two of those because you'd need to collide two particles at extremely high energies, probably to create a black hole. That's my guess. Well,
They're annoying.
Well, so was the trader. Trader's like, ooh, what's this? Where did he go? I don't know.
like you could with this, you could detect the speed, right? And the moment this is at a certain speed, you would trigger this to go straight, like out here, which would go into another loop, right? And it would be like wider. I don't know how you would do that. But this setup would have to be inside the other ring, right? You'd have the starting point here in the middle with a small loop, and then you would kick it out to a larger loop and get it going. I don't know, like the speed of the particle. If we put some redstone in there, right? It starts very slow. So it's 1 meter per second every time it goes through. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then $73 is when it got ejected. But you could have multiple of these accelerators. I don't know what the distance is, because the faster it is, the further apart these things can be. Right, so you could have like one here, and then like one here, and then like one here. Like you could like spread these way out at the higher levels. But I don't know exactly. There's a formula for that. You have to put an actual cable on there to actually get it to read. To be able to right click it, you have to put a... I have an integrated dynamics chest over here. Somewhere. I thought I did. There it is. Yeah. Once the cable's attached, then you see the... And you can just watch it as I'll put a particle or I'll put something in. Electrum grit again. Okay, comparator. You can see the comparator variable. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Is it going to go 3? There's 3. Boom. So, like, as soon as it hits 3, right, then you kick it out. Somehow. And you could probably have another one of these particle accelerators where you have the injection of the secondary thing. But Oracle Index Wiki mod. Oh my god. Did this guy reinvent his own fucking documentation mod? Is that why we don't have a thing?
Yeah, the one I was talking about.
Why wouldn't you just use what everybody else uses? Patchouli or like nope, we gotta have our own custom shit. Well, like something like this, the rendering of the particle, I don't know. You know, you would imagine that a particle with a high enough speed would be very hard to render. Because between one render tick and another render tick, like the amount of distance traveled, which is I think why it's like the actual particle expands, like it gets bigger because it simulates the fact that it's moving so fast. At the end, it's like almost the entire ring is lit up because it's simulating that thing is moving around the ring at 70 meters per second. So it's actually going around this ring, which is only probably 15 meters total. You know, it's going around this thing 6 times a second. So it just has to glow it out, which you could do if you build into this a shape that you then turn on and off or whatever as you need it. But doing it in between where you have gaps, I don't know. There are so many parts of this that's fascinating, technologically. Fascinating. Like this must have taken an unbelievable amount of time to do. Can you accelerate anything? You can. Ow. Okay, don't stand in the way of the particle. Man, that is so cool. Like, that is so cool. I mean, this is one of those features you could just tinker and tinker and tinker with. But, like, if you collide an overcharged crystal with a piece of netherite at 15,000 joules, you create a nether star. That's amazing. An ender pearl collided with an amethyst shard at just 1,000. So I really wish instead of joules, you needed, like, you were told what speed it needed to be at. That's the only thing about this. Is like, I don't know how to translate the joules, the recipe of joules, to what speed you need.
I wonder how much that hurts.
A brave man. What did you put in there?
Redstone.
Ah. See how the actual shape is. Ooh.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, what'd it do?
I have almost 3 complete health hearts. 3 bars of hearts from the armor. I only have 9 hearts left.
Yeah, I mean it's.
That did like 19 hearts.
Yeah. Well, it's just it hit you going 73 meters per second. That's pretty fast. And this is a minimal. This is like a minimal build. This is about the smallest you could get. So 73 meters per second. We could expand this like massively.
I think the next step in this would be when we expand it is not to expand the sides per se, but to put another straight piece right in here.
Well, with the particle leaving, what you would do is you would put one here, right? Oh my god! Don't hit Q, and you would do this because the particle escapes here, right? So that's what I mean by this thing would have to be in the middle. Like I would have to move this into this area, and then when it escaped out of here, it would hit this one. And then this would go into a much bigger ring going around the whole thing. Right? Because it would escape, hit this, and then wrap around even a bigger circle. Because once it's up to speed, you can have more distance. So the next one, theoretically, instead of here, you would have it like here. Oh, it's facing the wrong damn way. You would have it like here, set over to there. Right? So you have these pointing at one another, but it's moving so fast that it traverses that distance. Obviously, if it's moved way out there, it wouldn't have this problem, but it is what it is. And then this one would bind in to the next run somehow. I don't know how you would do that. There is a red, like if you put a redstone signal on one of these, do I have a fucking lever on me? I do. You know, you can switch like that. So you would have to have one common side here. And then once it's kicked to the outer ring, you would just have to do something like that. Right? And then that to bypass the inner ring. And then you would have the much bigger ring going around with tons and tons of motors. I mean, the thing would eventually start chewing up a lot of power. But then if you got really daring and you doubled it and then you did it in a way that spun the other particle the other direction and then timing them together somehow, I don't even know how you do that, but you time them together and then at the same time you flick the switch on both and then you have the particles literally hit, just collide right in the middle, and then all shenanigans happen, right? Who knows what happens? I don't even, like, this is a crazy feature for a mod in Minecraft. Like, this is a game, right? And you have something as advanced as literally a particle accelerator and collider. This is like the Large Hadron Collider. This is the tech behind the heart, like LHC. This is crazy to have in a game. That's amazing. This would, oh man, this would be so much work. I can't imagine doing an entire mod like this, like all of this stuff, and then hitting this feature and going like, all right, we're gonna make something, a single machine that's as complex as the totality of everything else. It's like, so yeah, you'd have to have multiple sensors. So you'd have a sensor here, because the sensor, once it was going fast enough, the sensor just was on. all the time. So you'd have the sensor right before the switch here, and so if the sensor had a comparator level greater than say 3, this would flip and this would flip, right? Greater than 3, and that would bump it to a different ring. But I don't know if it's you'd have to include the sensor. Maybe, yeah, you'd have to include the sensor in the actual redirection itself. So you'd have to have the sensor here. I don't know the timing of it, but that's amazing. I did not expect to run into this. Right, when I saw the particle accelerator was this little thing, I was just like, oh, that's just a little machine. Nope, not really a little machine. A pretty elaborate build, as a matter of fact. So what do you think? What's your overall impression, Renegade?
Oh, visually the mod is great. I mean, a lot of the stuff we can do with other mods we have, but like if you had this as like a standalone mod, I'm sure it'd be a lot different. I'm really curious to see what this thing can do, though. I think I might go in creative and make a big one. Just to see what happens.
Yeah, I just, you're welcome to do that in a single player. I just don't want to. I don't want to create a black hole and cause reality to. I don't want reality to break down.
Well, it would be different from the norm then.
I mean, it's a brilliant concept, and it's expertly executed. Like, this is nuts. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Now, is that the be all end all? I mean, yeah, there's low yield Duvalaki. Strange matter. Like, there is more to there is more to this this mod for sure. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to go. Let's put a bunch of stuff away. Target designator. Oh, I know what that is. Put that away. Put those away. That away. Yeah, I've got a diamond axe that does 16 damage. Vampiric diamond axe of the butcher. That's crazy. Okay. I need to go address the lack of lava.
let's go and remove the insert. Redstone is high. Okay. I think we have enough obsidian for now. What happened? Did the nether? The chunks in the nether got like foobarred. Is this why my pump stopped? Did it void everything? That when we fixed
Can't say it's not possible.
my God. Yep, it completely erased. I had a pump, I had a void miner on here, I had the whole 9 yards. Wow, okay. That was a bad bug with mechanism. Boy, I'm glad that's fixed. I don't have to do this more than once. Where's my hoe? But at least it kept all my waypoints. Oh, Mr. Fucking dude, like, you can just die a horrible death. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna need to go. Well, the nether's been regenerated. to use the bathroom. I'm sorry. I have to go. Take a break. If you wanted to tinker with that on the server, you can. Just do it elsewhere.
Fair enough.
Because I'd like to see it too.
All right.
And I'm going to be busy for a little while because I've got to do a bunch of nether stuff because apparently all that was reset. I'm kind of glad that bug didn't reset the overworld. That would have
That would've
really
been bad.
sucked. And I have got to clean up my inventory, and my backpack is next level bad. Like, it's so bad. We have plenty of resources, so we don't need to be creative mode to do it. how can I link? Let's see what wireless stuff. Click the two wireless connection on the link. Okay. Let's try this. Holy Moses. Oh my god, a singularity? That's a pricey little sausage. What can we put in here? gonna see. How is this not faster? Let's try a normal one. Let's see. Yeah, I think the extended version is bugged. It didn't accelerate. Oh, it's gonna take forever. remember what I usually feed this thing, but I mean, it's going to get there. It's just going to take way longer than I thought I was going to do. We literally have an infinite amount of water. Like, I thought 2 export buses fully maxed on acceleration would be more than enough. How about we try? Let's try something. Let's try a different tact. I still have fucking draconium on me. Silver. Not sure where that came from. See?
No, where I'm building it, I won't destroy this base. I might destroy the village to the south of us, but
I don't think there's anybody living there anyway, so I don't think they'll mind. We've already rescued most of them. Now, I think it's glowstone that overcharges these. It's been a minute since I've done the translocator thing. Curse Forge. Translocators. Okay, glowstone does make it. Yeah, okay. Okay. There's no way to beef it up any more than just a glowstone. Items liquids are always having. Okay, yeah. It's amazing the things you remember. You know, playing with them enough times. But like, I don't know why this is faster than like a fully maxed acceleration card export or like crazy amounts. Maximum water. All of this because I wanted to do a shortcut to interface with this thing. I am going to need almost done.
Oh,
165 AE per tick. For just that. That is insane. It is 330 FE per tick. Whew, wow. Now I should see all those crystals. Oh. There we go. All of those. Now, back to what I was actually doing. Let's do that. That. Energy. Speed. Item. Oh, that was fast. Okay. I need 44 frames, 10 total modifiers, 35 glass panels. And 44 frames. All right. I have some gravel. I might need some more of that. You'll see why in a second. I've got the card. I need a flux point. I need a red ender chest because the other one got voided, obviously. Okay. I've got laser IO, I've got cards. Okay. Now, I'm gonna need another flux point. I don't think I have another one on me. No. Should have brought 2. Okay, so I click that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I hate when there's music playing. God damn. I just never know when that music is going to bite me in the ass. Oops. I did not mean to turn that off. Why is there always... Oh. Okay. Oh, for once, there isn't lava everywhere. Okay. Get turned on.
Be right back.
Oh, I forgot the tank. I forgot the tank for this thing. That's funny. Okay, so I need another flux plug. Or point. I need another flux point. And... an orange tank. Where... let's see, my orientation... Flux point, good to go. Why are you not? There you go. You have something cool to show?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right there. Better not be sucked into a black hole when I come down here.
Oh, I'm a long ways away from that.
Ooh.
We got the other one just barely into level 3. This one gets barely into level 7.
Okay, I'm ready. What the hell was that? What did it do?
I added a second redstone into this one here, which basically makes it just sit right in the middle there,
Ready for the
and
collision.
that thing slams into it. Now,
What did it?
to give you an idea here, that overcharged crystal needs 5,000 joules of collision energy. That was 257.
Oh, wow. That is a little bit of perspective. So let's see. Part. Let's look at particle accelerator recipes. So
I got it to just into level 7.
the Nether Star one takes 15,000.
Yeah, but I got it to level 7. That's around the 250 mark. I gotta get it up to level 12 to hit 5,000.
So what happens if you just let it go? Like what?
It shoots out just like the others did.
So right before you would have done that, it would have shot out.
Yeah.
I just noticed that the solar panel just folded up.
Oh, you just noticed that? If it does it the same direction, it should be going to the west.
Would have been funny if there was a cow or something over there. Just like the cow just explodes. Wow. That's quite impressive. So when you add the second redstone, does it make anything? Or is it just it just destroy it?
It just goes pop.
Okay. It basically tells you like how much what the energy was.
It says there was a collision at where it was and
the energy. Yeah. So trial and error. Well, I mean, it's a level up from what we did. This is like, 1950s particle collider to 1960s is basically what we did. What you did here. We're not quite at the LHC yet. I think the energy levels that they do is not. I don't think it's in joules. I think it's in electron volts in some capacity. Oh shit! Ooh. Time to kill some fucking... Alright. Alright, boys. See how you like this.
And it's according to this thing, the flux point, we're using about 8,000 per tick at peak.
Yeah, you might need to roll your own power gen. No, not really. It just gives me incentive to... We need to beef up our power gen if we're going to get in Draconic. Like, Draconic is... That's a whole different monster.
Yeah.
Might want to put a mega torch over here. I'm just doing a suggestion.
I was thinking about it.
I'm just looking at creepers back there going, creepers and particle accelerators, probably not a good mix.
Well, I mean, if they're in the line of fire, it is.
I mean, but the odds of that, like, I would imagine hitting a creeper with a particle going the speed of light, like, is probably not going to result in a very happy outcome. It's like a charged super. It's like a charge creeper on like steroids, like a nuclear creeper. How about that? Well, yeah, I never did do the thing here. How much naphtha do we have? 23 buckets. I have diesel over here. So I noticed you have a generator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link up this oil. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Put this, no, not bread. Why do I have bread in my backpack? I want to eat the bread. Okay, so put that in there. Put the fluid in here. North fluid. That does not... Laser IO does not see Oritech. Because it sees it as an Ultra Machine core, not the thing. Okay. That's sad. So we can't use laser IO. Can I... I can't do that either. I don't know what? Metallurgic. Oh, what? We don't have enough of those. Like, what do you need one of those for?
Steel. That thing over there is really slow.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Instant gratification is bad. It makes us lazy. So throw some more iron and get some more charcoal, and steel shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, I could beef up steel and make it crazy fast, but then what's the point of having immersive engineering in the pack? If everything is mechanism, we might as well just have mechanism in the pack. Like, there's no point in using any other mods. Mechanism literally does A to B, A to Z, like all the things, and it's like, you don't need any other mods. If you're doing tech mods and you're automating stuff, you literally don't need any other mods in mechanism. So I've been purposefully avoiding solving everything with mechanism just because of that.
Is there another level after this blast furnace?
Yes, there's the arc smelter, and that's one of the things on my list. I just need to figure out how to regulate oil fluid getting pushed into there. The fluid pipes from Oritech seem to be the only thing that can hook up to it. But I don't know if you can, like...
Why do you need to regulate it?
Cause I didn't want to, like, infinitely make oil, or I didn't want to infinitely process it. And back, like... So here's the issue. If you fill one of these tanks, which admittedly is going to be very difficult, like let's say the naphtha tank is completely full, right? And you initialize a craft, right, that uses naphtha, right? A big craft. Let's say you craft 10 of whatever it is you make, right? After 5, you go to cancel the craft, right? You cancel that craft. Well, the fluid, right, in here is storage bust. Well, the moment you institute that craft, it's going to pull all that fluid out. The refinery, again, if it's all backstuffed, is going to fill the tank, right? It's going to just fill the tank up, and that's going to be full. And if you go to clear the craft, the system doesn't have anywhere to put that fluid that it already pulled out. And you're going to basically... like occupy a CPU forever, right? Because you'd have to manually go in and cancel it to void the fluid. It happened with water, believe it or not. I had to like basically break the CPU to get it to stop. Actually what I did is just put down a fluid trash can, but it's like if there's nowhere for that fluid to go, the system just it doesn't know what to do. And so that's why I just didn't want to backstuff everything and just, throw it in, because it eventually could have led to problems, and the whole system just stopping. And I've been just trying to avoid that. But
Well, I mean, in this particular instance, this particular tank is not going to create enough to even remotely fill them.
right. But this is like, when I play these games, especially multiplayer, I'm thinking like 5 days from now, right? We've set up like tons of stuff. I've ore dictionaryed the oil so you can put any of it in there, like many steps down the road, because we don't, like, once we set something up, we usually never think about it again. It's usually like set it and forget it, and then it's only when there's a problem that it's like, oh shit, now we have to. So it's just, I've gotten used to trying to solve the problems before they become problems. And it's just one of these problems that I've run into many, many times, is something about the auto crafting system borks, and I've got, most of my CPUs are just sitting there, and, then somebody complains to me like, why isn't there anything crafting? And it's like, okay, well, this is why. But yeah, this is just... Wow, heavy oil. Wait, why is heavy oil backing up?
You have water down here.
What do you mean down here?
Oh, on this side. This container has water.
Ah, speaking of, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is why. Because this tank was empty, right? So this storage bus, because it wasn't programmed, somebody canceled a craft that it used water, probably from one of these centrifuges. It had nowhere to put the water except for that tank, and there it is. That's the reason. So yeah, grab a bucket and just pull it out. There you go. So now let's partition. Yeah, there we go. Heavy oil. That'll make sure that doesn't happen again. And that is just a good example. Like, I had no idea there was water down there. But yeah, somebody had a craft probably with, I don't know, one of these things. Probably with the centrifuge. Yeah, there's quite a few crafts that use water here. So somebody queued up a craft and then canceled it at some point. Well, the water, when you institute a craft, the system pulls all the relevant stuff right away. And then it holds onto it, and then it doles it out as it finds a place for it. But then when you cancel the craft, it has a whole bunch of shit that it needs to get rid of, including fluids now, and this is where this is. So it's just a little like insight in how these kinds of mods just work, technically speaking. But yeah. Wow, there's 26 buckets of diesel already. That went fast. Okay. I mean, 6,000 buckets of oil. That's gonna be a hot minute before that gets done. Oh. All right, we should go over here and check on these things. Yep, there they are. The next tier. There it is. Oh, just in time. Yeah, you with the void miners, you always want a chest that's like overflow, right? The ones inserting into this has higher priority. So it'll insert that first, and then if it backstuffs, then it'll dump into here. Or if it comes across a new ore, because certain tiers hit new ores. So you always want a chest with a lower priority to dump into. And if one of these squares fills up, right, if they didn't have like uber crazy upgrades in them, which they like, I hadn't upgraded them before, so they were all 2048, and so this chest started filling up, and I caught it with about 2 rows left to fill before it. Because if it would have backstuffed completely, then eventually the miners would have stopped. But what I can do now is take this. I need to remove that. I might need to dig this down again. I'm pretty sure I probably will. So let's go over here, put these away, craft the next tier. Get one more of these. I mean, ideally we would build the 7th tier, but 160 I don't think is going to be enough. We need 44 frames. And it uses, the tier I just put in, so it's all good. And then we need 5 of these. 5 these. And you can, when you get to the max tier of this, you can put 16 modifiers on it. It has room for 16 modifiers. And if you went like full on all like item or speed, you would make it so it would need more power per tick than it actually stores, which it makes it not operable. So you have to pay attention to how much power it has and balance it, which is why the energy modifiers exist, right? So you can tweak the energy down to try to undercut and get it actually operational, because otherwise, yeah, bad stuff happens. Okay, speed, item, frame. Now, and I definitely want to do a version of this for Vintage Engineering, but I don't know how well received it would be. People might rebel or something. I don't know. I can never do anything right, so I'll just do whatever I think is fun, and people can. But my version will be like power, like magnificent amounts of power. Truly astounding amounts of power. I did tweak the power of the max tier of this to be higher. So hard to see what I've done and what I haven't. Whoa, that was a lag spike. Oh, there it starts climbing. Barely. So we're using 3,000 to 4,000 for roughly around 7,000 RF per tick, and this thing is generating 15,000. So we're like edging up to the edge. Oh, Jesus. That was a stupid thing to say. We're getting right up there. You can see it's getting, this one is getting, because we have the item modifiers, it's getting 16 instead of 1, right? It's getting 16 at a time. 5 item modifiers. So it's item amount 1.75. 1.75 times 5 is 8.75. Not sure how that math works. If it's maybe it's multiplicative, right? So you have the 1 of the base, right? Which is then multiplied by 1.75. So then that becomes 1.75. And that multiplies by 1.75. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Well, no, that is 16. It is multiplicative. Not only is it multiplicative, it's compounding multiplicative. Right? If I take 1 times 1.75 and then take that times 1.75, right? That's the first item modifier. You know, you take the base, which is 1, times the first item modifier. Then you times that by the second modifier, and then you times that by the third. So rather than add up all the modifiers and multiply by that by the original 1, it's multiplying each time, right? It's saying for each modifier, multiply the value, because the final result there, after I multiplied that, is 16.4, right? So we're getting 16 at a time because that thing is multiplying every one of those totals by the next one, not combining the 1.75s and then multiplying it by that, because the value you get when you do that is about half of what we're seeing. So it's doing that also. It's also doing that with the energy, right? Or the speed, right? The speed is 0.95, and then you 0.95, 0.95, 0.95, 0.9. So you're taking a compounding total of that. That's crazy. That's how this. So that last here, remember, 16 modifier slots, right? If you did 8 item, right? Rubium, I think, is the last tier. No. No, it's not rubium. What is it? Void. Rosarium. That's right. Rosarium. Right. Energy here. So I rebalanced this because this thing is so damn fast, I rebalanced the energy modifier on the item, right? So the item modifier is still 1.75, but I bumped the energy modifier to 1.4. If you look at the energy modifier of the previous tier, where is it? Item, right? You can see energy modifier 1.2. And so this one is 1.4. So you're going to be, if you build one of these maxed out, you're going to be creating so much ore. So I tried to balance the energy a bit, because you're going to, you know, by then you're going to have a lot of energy. What's up with all the lag spikes I'm experiencing? I'm experiencing crazy amount of lag spikes right now. It's still going. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, he had to fucking join again. I need a baseline of why this is happening. And having somebody with a bad connection is not going to help matters. Why is this why is this happening? I need to check the logs. This is insane. This just all of a sudden started happening. Oh my god. Odds. Can't keep up. Can't keep up. Seriously, what the hell just happened? What completely hosed? Renegade, can you please exit? Like, this is a slideshow. Why am I not getting mass amount of errors in here? Why is this happening? 56 ticks behind. What do you have going on at the do you have anything going on?
No, just sitting there. I was over at the base. Maybe a restart is needed.
Like something. Like that's worrying. So let's see if I can just
How big's the log file?
the logs aren't being completely spammed. It's just, yeah, like I think I would have to do like some profile. Like, how do you profile? I don't know any of the debug things for Minecraft. Let's see if I can just load it again. Uh, What the hell? Oh, is there just like a memory leak or something? Game crashed.
Looking at my log, and there's a line for all the leaks. It says B is 2198 megabytes, C is 7576 megabyte, difference of positive 5378 megabytes. Next line says memory leaks detected.
Game crashed. Yeah, I think it might be a memory thing. Yeah, exit code blah. We are aware that some users are having trouble loading the list of bugs. Our team is investigating. We're going to resolve this. It is to me it's hilarious that this many years in and they still haven't produced a game that's stable. I find that highly amusing. It's just like, this is Java, man. Like, this is bad. It's funny when I watch videos where, somebody who is very good literally replicates most of the general vibe of Minecraft. Like, obviously there's a whole lot of nuance, but they're able to do the terrain, the blocks, and even some people have done the trees in like 2 days. They just code in like 2 days and just replicate it. And it's like, man, imagine doing, like, if I did that and I just sit and tinker on it. Like, that would be great. Let's see if I can actually load it. And I know OBS hasn't picked it up yet. I'll see that in a second if I actually load. Okay, it loads. Is OBS gonna see it? There it is. All right. Open. Yeah, I think it was a memory thing. I think it just ran out of RAM with the.
Which is what crashed me out.
That was weird. That was weird timing too. Just all of a sudden, roughly every second, there was a hitch. Every second and a half. But I just wanted to make sure we didn't bork anything too thoroughly bad, because that would have been sad. I don't want that. It's a black hole. It's pulling all my frames. And I want to redesign the mob farm. Mob farm is not ideal. Not with what it is. Ideally, and this is the first time, like I've built my mob farm this way for so many years, never had to really do it differently, but this is like made me rethink how the mob farm should function. But so if you're going to build a mob farm, what I suggest is building the little thingy here right in the center. You have it right in the center, and then you have a 5-block radius around that. Okay, so 5 blocks on every direction. 5 by 5 by, So you have, it's 5, 10, it's just 15 blocks by 15 blocks inside. Just an enormous volume. And at least like 6 tall, if not more. You have on the sides, all the sides are blowing towards the center, towards this thing, right at the center. And then you have a fan on the top blowing down into it as well, right? So anything that spawns gets funneled into the center and then minced. And then you have the absorption hopper also underneath to nab that. And then you can have like the spawner. If you have one of those, you could have that off to the side because that spawns above, right? It skips a block and spawns above. And then you can increase the radius of that quite big and then put a ton of upgrades in it. And let me tell you, when you put a ton of upgrades in this thing, holy cow. It's pretty spicy. You can spawn a ton. But basically why I want to redesign this is when a giant slime spawns, because it's so large, and the same with ghasts, when they're so large, when they get blown up against the wall, they sometimes just go right through it. They just phase right through it. And if everything was being blown towards the center, there's no walls, right? Everything is concentrated there, and they're all getting minced, right? And even if you're spawning ghasts, well, there's enough volume to spawn, and then they go right into the center. They're not getting pushed to the wall and then bouncing out of the wall. And that's why you need the fan on the top blowing down to try to, anything that comes in the middle is not going to shoot up. It's going to be pushed down, like blazes or ghasts or phantoms is another one. Because I want to put phantoms in here, but I really don't want them to get spit out. That would be bad. And I need to integrate all of this into actual base and, get my usual base going, but, I'm just kind of tinkering. We did a bunch of Oritech stuff today. We got a little particle accelerator preview, so anybody out there wondering how this works, well, this is a useless basic system, but it tells you how it works, and it tells you the energies involved. And so you could, as Renegade is doing, build and build and build and build, and just you level it up, and at some point you can just go huge, right? You have one of these, and then you have like 6 of these linear motors, and then you have an angle, and then a distance, and then you accelerate it to the point where you're getting 1,000 plus power and actually produce stuff out of it. I don't know, like, you would have to use something like integrated dynamics or integrated tunnels or laser IO. Laser IO, you could do it laser IO too. And it might be in many ways easier with laser IO because you'd be able to communicate across distances with laser IO. You wouldn't need actual wires going from A to B. You could read a redstone signal here, right? or put a comparator here, or however this outputs, right? You could read that and then beam it with laser IO, beam it up to, what is it, 8 blocks? And you can just daisy chain them. And so you can have a system that's communicating with how fast everything is going in order to inject the thing at the speed that it needs to be, right? So a recipe, an auto crafting recipe, would be something like you put it into a chest, right? So let's an example here. Particle. I need some recipe examples. All right. So a simple one here would be the electrum dust and redstone dust to a fluxite. Now, of course, we have way better ways of making this stuff, so you would never want to do it this way. But it's a good example, and it's relatively low power. Obviously, there's some other alternatives in here. Interesting. Like diamonds. Diamonds are one of the lowest power things. Like 2 coal dust. Like, anyway. So what you do in that instance is this one might not work too well because it's the same item. So let's use one that's 2 different items. So the endiaric compound is going to redstone and rotten flesh. So you'd have a recipe basically that says redstone plus rotten flesh equals that. That's the recipe for AE, right? You put that in a pattern provider in a chest. And the logic behind that is it takes the redstone and injects it into the particle system. But there's a detector on the like just before the particle accelerator, you have a detector, which is over there, right? The sensor that reads the speed. And now you have to trial and error how much energy to speed you're getting, right? So as that redstone is going around and around and around, you just have to gauge like what redstone level you're going to get to the minimum collision energy. So if you're over that, it's still going to work, but the minimum is 500. So let's say if he got it to 7, what was the joules on that? Do you remember?
Like 260.
So 260. So you would need a pretty high. Yeah, you would need a pretty crazy high energy. How do you get to 15,000? How is that even possible then? Like, I don't understand, like, the min collision energy 15,000 to make another star. Like, how do you even get that high? Is it based on the item that you put in? Could the crystal...
Maybe.
I mean, that would be something to experiment with. But, so you have this thing detect with the sensor what the level is, like what the speed is. And the moment it exceeds the level, you have it trigger the insertion of the rotten flesh, and so bam, it hits it and creates the thing. But again, doing this would be massively inefficient, especially on power. The amount of power, crazy amount of power. But some of these crafts aren't bad. You know, the Echo Shard would be a good one if we didn't have a way to create them. We have a way to create them. But I don't know if there's anything... I don't know if there's anything that you would need, like, forced to use this thing. I don't think there's any craft in here that requires the particle accelerator to make, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. I think.
There's nothing in here that isn't craftable some other way. I mean, the heavy core, but I don't care about those. That's a Minecraft. It's not even a mod-based thing. But like, yeah, you can craft the elytra, but plutonium, maybe that's the thing that there's a whole nuclear side of this mod too that is just crazy. Wow, we've gone through a lot of fuel. Wow, yeah, we've gone through a lot of fuel. I've been trying to burn as much as possible so we can get some cyanite, so we can make a turbine. I'm gonna need to let this drain out and rebuild. Basically, break this down and build it bigger, because yeah, a turbine with the top tier coil blocks, the Insanite coil blocks, yeah, crazy amount of power, but still a drop in the bucket compared to what you can get with like mechanism. It's like the fusion reactor, like pretty amazing. But I think that is going to do it for today. Yeah, we went into Oritech, a mod I have never seen before. So that was nice. That was really nice.
Yeah, I'll keep playing with this particle accelerator thing.
Yeah, I mean it's.
See what I can figure out.
Oh, I'm sure you'll tinker at it. You'll pound at it for a while until you figure it out. I mean, I could do that too, but I'm hungry and I need dinner. I need food. So yeah. So next week we're going to be doing some more vintage engineering on Wednesday. Wherever I'm at in the whole Derek / other things, like wherever I am, I might be coding, working on the code for the Derek, or I might be done with that and move on to the modeling the refinery. I wanted to today get to some of the Immersive Petroleum stuff, but we ran out of time. But I wanted to build the refinery and the coke oven, which I'm gonna try to sort of make something equivalent and turn that into like the cracker, like the cracking tower. I don't know what you would want to call it. But I mean, that thing is going to be like a super advanced, like you've got a bunch of heavy oil, you've got a bunch of like other byproducts, and you'll be able to mix and match and like break them down into more useful things or things that you want more of. So it's going to be a whole thing, but I need to flow chart that too. But yeah, I want to thank you all for coming by. Enjoyed it today. Learned a lot, and loving. Like, I'd love to sit and talk to the Oritech author, because I think they did a phenomenal job, and how they did what they did, and a lot of the tech behind it, absolutely astonishing. And I wish more creators covered it, because it is a brilliant achievement. So big kudos to the author of Oritech. Absolutely phenomenal. Just it takes a huge amount of skill to not only code it, model it, and then make it functional, and all the animations and all that stuff. It's just amazing. So, like, major props there. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming by, and I hope to see everybody back here on Wednesday. Otherwise, have a great rest of the week, everybody. Or weekend, I should say.